Chapter 321. Absolute Boundary. Zhang Ying's eyes lost focus as she knelt halfway on the ground, her face slightly lifted, looking at Meng Qingshuang nearby. She didn't know what to say. After the fear shadow she had placed great hopes on was rebounded and killed by the opponent, her reason had already collapsed. She had thought that even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be this huge, but reality dealt her a cruel blow. Not just her. Even old Taoists like Yu Hen and Umo, who had not seen a temple master-level expert act for many years, also sighed slightly, their expressions filled with nostalgia. Meanwhile, Yu Hong was staring thoughtfully at the crimson protective shield in front of Meng Qingshuang. Absolute boundary. This seemed to be a definition in this world for a qualitative change in the realm of spiritual will. He was sure that he hadn't reached it. In terms of spiritual cultivation, he definitely was no match for Meng Qingshuang. But the now enhanced fear shadow, summonable as either insubstantial or substantial, how much strength it could truly exert, and how much resistance it had against spiritual will intrusion, without actually fighting, he really couldn't be certain. But if he couldn't overcome in insubstantial form, he could completely switch to a physical form to attack. Clap, 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 clap. The simulated battle ended, and the people around gave applause. Truly, time spares no one. I once taught you small techniques of Taoist magic, but now you have completely surpassed me.
Soy, Yu Hen soid.
Uncle Master, why say this? Without your risky protection back then, my father and I wouldn't have today, Meng Qingshuang earnestly said. Her words suggested that perhaps back then, when she and her father faced a low point, they were secretly saved by old Taoist Yu Hen. Then there was a round of mutual flattering, a dull moment. Do you guys want to try as well? Umo suggested from one side. I want to try. Zhang Ming quickly spoke. Then I'll go after. Yu Hong nodded too. He wanted to see what it would be like when he really faced an absolute boundary-level temple master expert. Soon, Zhang Ming went up to substitute the dazed Zhang Ying. As soon as he went up, he was like facing a great enemy. Taking out the Inheritance Tao artifact, holding it in his hand, his mouth murmuring, clearly already preparing to fight desperately. Not bad. Meng Qingshuang nodded approvingly. Starting with a Tao artifact is correct. Although the absolute boundary has the trait of absolute sharpness, if supplemented with an Inheritance Tao artifact, it can still pose a certain threat. Because the Inheritance Tao artifact itself carries a trace of divine intent from heaven, making the enhanced attacks it emits not entirely belong to the magician himself, but a special technique integrating divine intent. So that's how it is, which means, below the level of Temple Master, the only chance to turn the tables is through the Inheritance Tao artifact.
Yu Hong sut en lire et lisait.
Isn't this just a special attack attribute? Exactly, but not everyone is qualified to acquire an Inheritance Tao artifact, Umo said indifferently from the side. Indeed.
Yu Hong nodded.
At this moment, the battle had already started. Zhang Ming didn't hesitate, waving his hand, and behind him appeared a bizarre humanoid figure with a bird's head and a human body. The figure was covered in black feathers, bare-chested, and wearing crimson luxurious gloves dripping with fresh blood. Song. It raised its head and let out a roar similar to that of an elephant. It's the Elephant Hawkman, known for its speed and strength, one of heaven's star gods. Not bad. Meng Qingshuang nodded across, her sword tip pointing downward. The Elephant Hawkman is one of the divine intents often communicated with by many sects' Inheritance Tao artifacts. It possesses the ability to greatly enhance the speed and strength of techniques or fear shadows. Zhang Ying now regained her senses, explained softly to Yu Hong as she looked towards the center. What about your Inheritance Tao artifact? Why not use it? Yu Hong asked. No need. I've seen the vast gap between her and me, like an abyss. Using it would only make me look more pathetic, nothing else. Zhang Ying said much calmer. You just said, many Inheritance Tao artifacts can communicate and summon the divine intents from heaven? Yu Hong pondered. Yes, divine intents have always been in heaven. As long as you have the ability to communicate and summon them, regardless of who it is, anyone can call and utilize them. Zhang Ying nodded. Essentially, They are neither good nor evil, indifferent to what you summon them for.
Understood, Yuong nodded.
This was completely different from the heaven he had heard about in stories since childhood. As they spoke, the stage had already started fighting. The Elephant Hawk Man was extremely fast. By Yuhong's estimate, it could reach roughly 20 meters per second, clearly well beyond the human limit. More troubling, this creature could ignore physical inertia, rushing full speed 1 second, and the next second shifting left or right with the same speed without pausing. Therefore, the onlookers saw the Elephant Hawk Man turn into a twisted black line, constantly circling around Meng Qingshuang, swinging out its sharp claws. Puff, 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 puff. This time, Meng Qingshuang didn't take it head-on but swung forward a slash of crimson protective shield. Then, with continuous attacks, the shield's surface color became lighter and thinner, until after 5 seconds. Boom! In an instant, the protective shield shattered like glass. Numerous bright red shards flew in all directions, instantly penetrating the Elephant Hawk Man trying to dodge. Dozens of shards instantly turned the Elephant Hawk Man into a sieve. This just-summoned divine intent thus roared unwillingly, slowly fading away, disappearing. Puff! Zhang Ming knelt on the ground, his head splitting with pain, his complexion pale. This was a symptom of excessive spiritual power depletion. Thank you, Sister Facia, for the guidance. He forced himself through the pain and said a final word before being supported down by Zhang Ying. Next, it's your turn. Do you dare to come? Meng Qingshuang looked towards Yu Hong. This Zhang Rong was the only young person she placed some importance on in the entire Qingchen temple. Although his current strength was not strong, his rate of improvement was remarkably fast and his future promising. Thus, her tone of voice unconsciously softened when she spoke at this moment. This is a different treatment for talents. Of course, I too want to test where my limits truly lie, Yu Hong earnestly said. He straightened his Taoist robe and stepped forward to Zhang Ming's position, facing the latter. Very good. Meng Qingshuang nodded in approval. So, do you plan to, like Zhang Ming, burst out with full force? Don't worry, I can still stand still. Thank you, but no need. Yu Hong's voice deepened. Let's try first, and if it doesn't work, then I'll use the Dao artifact. Whoosh! In an instant, he swiftly formed the handprint of service damage. The first layer of shadow shot out from behind him, pouncing towards Meng Qingshuang. But the shadow was ultimately too weak. Even augmented by the Tai Ling skill, it barely reached the strength of a level 2 black disaster. As soon as it approached, Meng cut it in two with a casual swing of her sword, completely dissipating it. Her sword blade seemed to contain an extremely powerful special force. Merely touching the shadow, it immediately suppressed the hidden regenerative power within. However, the speed of the shadow also made Meng Qingshuang's eyes slightly narrow, though of course, she would definitely not lose the verbal sparring. Is that all? Of course not. Yu Hong formed another handprint. A figure in a yellow robe and white dress with long hair silently appeared behind Meng Qingshuang. It was precisely the speed character that Yu Hong had repelled initially. Normally, the speed character's attack mechanism requires seeing it twice and being stricken with fear, but under Yu Hong's simulated fear shadow, no mechanism limitation was needed, and it could attack directly. After being enhanced by Tai Ling's skill and optimized for virtual and real switching, his simulation at this moment could compete with the original speed character. It was not merely a spiritual attack. Of course, here it still wasn't enough to make him use the virtual and real switching trump card. He. The eerie laughter of the speed character suddenly rang beside Meng Qingshuang's ear. Her expression changed, and her long sword swiftly stabbed out behind her. The tip of the sword lit up with a brilliant red light, and in the blink of an eye, it targeted the center of the speed character's chest. Heaven and earth sealing order. Red cloud. Hiss hiss hiss. Almost simultaneously, the speed character and Meng Qingshuang launched attacks at each other. The black hair on the speed character's face automatically parted, revealing a pale, blurred female face. Seeing the face would mean death. That was the speed character's killing mechanism. At this moment, however, It faced Meng Qingshuang, whose spiritual will reached the absolute boundary. Instantaneously, the intensity of the speed character's spiritual shock surged like a cresting wave, rocketing upwards to a level 9 standard. That is to say, during that brief half-second when the speed character's face was exposed, the spiritual shock it released already matched the strength of a level 9 black disaster. As a fierce shadow in Yu Hong's hands, stronger than a spoken character but weaker than a small black giant, the speed character had left a profound impression on him. Realizing the sudden enhancement in spiritual shock, Yu Hong felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't let this character approach and part its hair back then. If he had seen the face of the speed character at that moment, he would probably be thoroughly doomed by now. At the scene now, Meng Qingshuang's situation was precisely the full version of what he should have experienced initially. The spiritual shock of level 9 black disaster had evidently reached the absolute boundary. In that instant, a circle of transparent ripples explosively burst between her and the speed character. Invisible ripples spread in all directions, brushing against the Taoist robes of those nearby. This was the clash of absolute boundary and level 9 black disaster's spiritual shock. Cloud mist. Suddenly, she flicked her sword backwards. The blade seemed to lift a light red mist in the blink of an eye. That mist instantly enveloped the speed character completely, turning into a humanoid cloud mist and obscuring the face. After the face was obscured, the intense spiritual shock also abruptly ceased. Ah! A scream later, the speed character dissolved directly in the cloud mist, dispersing on its own. Only power for one strike? Meng Qingshuang exclaimed. The speed character's attack had genuinely impressed her. But after its attack, it collapsed on its own, indicating that it was probably a one-time shot. Even if it's one time, it's quite amazing, she praised, looking at Yu Hong. Your fear shadow is very special, very good. At that final peak moment, it was already touching the lower limit of absolute boundary. Just the lower limit? Yu Hong said gravely. A level 9 spiritual attack, and it only just touched the opponent's lower limit. He now understood more about why the black disaster hadn't completely eroded this world. Although the opponent had less than a level 3 enhanced human's physical strength, in terms of spirit, she could focus and display combat power beyond level 9. After all, even if you have a strong body, if your spirit is annihilated, all that is left is merely a living corpse. This is truly a glass cannon. Frighteningly high attack power and equally fragile defense. These descriptions involuntarily arose in Yu Hong's mind. Chapter 322. Should we continue? I heard that your inheritance Tao artifact takes the form of a huge black giant. Do you want to try summoning it? Meng Qingshuang asked with apparent interest. No need, the gap is too great. Summoning it would only lead to its death. My inheritance Tao artifact can only sustain the peak attack intensity for that instant moment. Since even that instant was not enough to harm senior sister, the inheritance Tao artifact would be useless as well. Yu Hong shook his head. He could tell that Meng Qingshuang was very relaxed, which allowed him to infer just how strong a real temple master-level expert must be. So these are the true masters of this world. The Feixia sword, one of the 4 swords of Zai Palace. And Zai Palace is the 3rd-ranked major power among the 9 sects of the Taoist sect. Now it seems that Meng Qingshuang should be considered high-end power within the 9 sects. You are already very strong. Hearing Yu Hong's description, Meng Qingshuang's eyes brightened. You can actually maintain that level of intensity? In that case, you are infinitely close to those at the absolute boundary just below it. If you were to release your inheritance Tao artifact in the whole Taizhou, only those 3 from the Mud Doll sect would certainly be able to defeat you, and they would definitely not ignore you. Hearing this assessment, the Yu generation old Taoists watching the battle murmured among themselves in astonishment. Yu Hen and Yu Mo, although they had guessed as much before, were nearly unable to hide their joy upon hearing Meng Qingshuang's remarks in person. This is our Qingchun Temple's expert. Although Meng Qingshuang is strong, after all, she is a guest. Yu Hong, although slightly weaker, truly belongs to Qingchun Temple. And to think, not even a year into his practice and he's already infinitely close to the temple master level. In a few years, wouldn't he be? Several old Taoists suddenly became flushed with excitement, their emotions uncontrollably heightened. Zhang Ming looked down, lost in thought, not knowing what he was pondering. Zhang Ying bit her lower lip, her breathing becoming slightly heavier. Such a gap was already causing her to feel an indescribable sense of suffocation. To watch a latecomer disciple, in such a short period of time, go from being far weaker than herself to par with her, and then surpassing her, that feeling of suffocating helplessness, it was enough to make her question life, to doubt whether she truly had any aptitude for practicing Taoist skills and techniques at all. The competition did not continue. Being one of the four swords of Zai Palace, Meng Qingshuang's comments carried weight within the Taoist sect. And after finding out that Yu Hong's strength exceeded her expectations, Meng Qingshuang's mood greatly improved. At the very least, there was a person in Qingchen Temple with immediate combat capabilities that could be put to good use. Once the strength levels had been determined, Yu Hong naturally became the strongest representative among the Dao seeds. The next morning, Qingchen Temple was about to join the armed forces, coordinating with official magicians to begin clearing out the last stronghold of the Mud Doll sect. After confirming the intelligence, the team would be split into two. One would be led by Feixia Sword Meng Qingshuang, heading to the number 1 stronghold, 5-star town. The other, led by Yu Hong and coordinating with official magicians, would go to the less threatening Seagull Beach. In front of the Taoist temple, rows of black military vehicles filled with fully armed soldiers lined up. The vehicles formed a long convoy, while 2 trucks carrying field cannons followed for support. Official magicians, grouped in 2s and 3s, stood by the roadside waiting, chatting leisurely. Chang Shu stood with Lu Shanhe, the overall commander of the official magicians, listening to the command brief about the key points and steps of the surprise operation. She glanced towards Qingchen Temple from time to time, trying to spot Yu Hong among the nearby Taoists, while perfunctorily listening to the commander's instructions. But for the moment she didn't notice him. Also standing with her were 2 of the top experts among the official magicians. One was nicknamed Red Snake, with her red hair billowing in the wind and wearing a tight-fitting red leather outfit that emphasized her attractive figure. She was a seductively dangerous-looking mature woman. Her inside was as dangerous as her appearance suggested. Rumors had it that if one glanced at her with even a slightly improper gaze, she would gouge out their eyes. Of course, these were just rumors. At least Chang Shu had never seen her gouge out anyone's eyes. The other was Headless Sword Xia Chunling, a name that sounded feminine but belonged to a taciturn man with a dark face. He didn't like to talk. His movements were extremely brutal, preferring to behead his enemies as trophies, which led people to concoct many dangerous stories about him. "What are you looking at?" Red Snake asked softly, drawing closer. As the strongest 3 among the official magicians, they were all listening to the commander explain the key points and steps for the operation. "My partner." Chang Shu stepped back awkwardly to avoid the overly intimate gesture. She wasn't on such familiar terms with Red Snake yet, and this proximity made her uncomfortable. "Your partner?" "That Qingchen disciple Zhang Rou who killed copper soldier Zhao Mingxi." Red Snake raised an eyebrow. "Yes. He's quite strong." Zhao Mingxi's body was impervious to bullets as he merged his technique into his body, making it very sturdy. Yet he was defeated and his technique broken with a single strike. "Yes. Not like my partner, who only knows how to run away when trouble arises, and fights like a frightened chicken." Pale-faced and trembling, Red Snake sneered. "Is it that Zheng Hong?" Chang Shu thought of the person in Qingchen Temple who fit this description. "That's him. I really don't understand why such a coward would even bother coming out." Red Snake laughed. "How about we trade?" "Heh." Chang Shu gave her a glance, wanting to say something more. But then she immediately noticed Yu Hong leading the way, accompanied by Zhang Hong, Zhang Xia, and Zhang Ming, emerging from the temple and approaching their direction. "Here they come." She smoothed out the wrinkles on her clothes, waving at Yu Hong. The latter returned the gesture with a nod and approached to greet Lu Shanhe, the overall commander. Then he went over to the 2 special envoys, listening to the conversation between the Yu Generation Taoist and the special envoys. Next was Feisha sword Meng Qingshuang, stepping out of the Taoist temple, leading armed soldiers and magicians by herself, boarding another military vehicle. Before leaving, she waved goodbye to the Yu Generation Taoists from the vehicle, and surprisingly, she also waved specifically at Yu Hong. Her attitude was no longer the same as before, completely disregarding all the Zhang Generation Dao seeds, but instead treating Yu Hong with respect, subtly treating him as a figure of utmost importance. The official magicians around naturally noticed this change. Anyone who could mix in as an official magician was no fool. They were all shrewd and noticed Meng Qingshuang's change in attitude. It seems as if something changed within their ranks. Red Snake murmured with narrowed eyes. Looks like your partner is being treated differently. Chang Shu did not respond, only looking at Yu Hong, who was speaking with others. Inside Qingshan Temple, looking at the formation, it seems like they are all following Zhang Rou. If I'm not mistaken, he's only been practicing Taoist magic technique for less than a year, right? Red Snake said in surprise. It wasn't just her. Headless Sword and the overall commander also noticed this change, their faces showing astonishment. If previously Yu Hong was treated like any other Dao seed, now it seemed he was almost on par with the Yu Generation Masters. Right now, as he began to speak, Zhang Ming, Zhang Xia, and others did not protest or speak out, just seriously listening as if he were an elder. This was somewhat eerie. It looks like Qingshan Temple is about to produce a top figure. Headless Sword spoke with a deep voice. All right, what happens within other factions is none of our concern. Now let's assign routes. Red Snake, Chang Shu, you follow Taoist Zhang Rou's group. Headless Sword, you coordinate with Madame Meng of the Feisha Sword. TSK, so you're saying we're relying on numbers on our side? Red Snake realized. Undoubtedly, Meng Qingshuang was currently the strongest magician in Taizhou without equal. They had been guessing about how Meng would respond to the two urgent strongholds that required resolution. Now it looked like she was planning to tackle both at once. Correct? Your task is to cooperate with the Dao Seeds led by Zhang Rou to contain the situation at Seagull Beach, explained Lu Shanhe, the overall commander. I've communicated with Madame Meng. Qingshan Temple will form a battle array using the Inheritance Dao artifact to blockade the beach stronghold. Once Madame Meng resolves her opponent, she will rush to the beach as soon as possible to resolve the situation together. The Yu Generation Taoists aren't going? Red Snake asked. No, they are not. The importance of Seagull Beach itself is much lower than that of Five Star Town. It's very possible that the Mud Doll sect won't send many experts to hold it. The real trouble is Five Star Town. There is an external mud pit of the Mud Doll sect that helps its disciples remodel their bodies, achieving bodily enhancement and elimination of pain perception, Lu Shanhe said. So, our pressure is much less? Chang Shu asked. Yes, but it doesn't rule out the possibility of encountering Mud Doll sect experts, which is why most of our forces are being sent to your side. Lu Shanhe nodded. Doo-doo. The horn of the military vehicle sounded, with Qingshan Temple's people already splitting into groups and boarding vehicles. Chang Shu, Red Snake, and the other official magicians also hurriedly separated and boarded. The entire convoy naturally divided into two, driving off in two different directions. Yu Hong sat cross-legged in the vehicle, gazing at the passing street scenes outside, still pondering the best way to confront if he were to encounter an expert beyond the absolute boundary. Normally, as long as the opponent's spiritual power can't instantly erase my consciousness completely, I should be able to destroy their physical body in an instant. Strong spirit versus strong body, when the two confront, it might just be a matter of who acts first. It seems, no matter what, I must strike first. Yu Hong made up his mind. Although he didn't think anyone could instantly shatter his consciousness, it's always better to be cautious. The technique of the Taoist sect harnesses spiritual power to summon various external forces to combat the Black Disaster. What concerned him was not these external forces, but rather direct assaults of pure spiritual power. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Several dozen miles from Qingshan Temple, in a county town. Rows of people dressed in black quickly boarded a bus, the vehicle starting off towards Seagull Beach. At the front seat of the leading vehicle, an elderly woman with white hair held a black iron crutch and wore bifocals, quietly watching the road conditions out of the front window. Behind her sat the primordial embryo 7 sons, Copper Soldier, Iron Soldier, and more than 10 other Mud Doll sect experts in total. According to the intelligence from our inside source, Qingchen Temple has split into 2 groups, one heading to 5-Star Town and the other to Seagull Beach, said Yuan Ming. Where is Facia Sword heading? The old woman asked softly. 5-Star Town, responded Yuan Ming quickly. The strength of this girl is formidable. I am not her match alone. Even with all of you, we can only hope to contend. The old woman frowned. So this time we concentrate our forces to resolve the other side. Does the vice sect hierarch mean we first deal with all the Dao seeds from Qingchen Temple at the beach? But if no one holds back Meng Qingshuang, I'm afraid. Yuan Ming also frowned. No need to worry. The sect hierarch and your father, Yuan Ruhai, will take action together on that side. With the help of the Alliance's experts, we should be able to keep them all in Taizhou this time. A cold light flashed in the old woman's eyes. There are people from the Alliance coming too? Yuan Ming said with surprise. Consider it their bad luck. That girl Meng won't die easy, but will at least shed a layer of skin. Once we fully deal with the live forces from Qingchen Temple here, we will then strangle their headquarters, and the situation in Taizhou will be set with one battle. The old woman exhaled deeply. Chapter 323. Vice Sect Master Lin that Yu Hong has exceptional talent. Should we try again to see if we can recruit him into the sect? Yuan Ming, thinking of Yu Hong's terrifying talent, was still somewhat tempted. No need. The old crone sneered. Back in my day, I encountered geniuses with even greater talents than him. But what does that represent? No genius can have smooth sailing throughout their lives, and a genius who doesn't experience enough hardship will bring greater disasters unpredictably, even if they possess strong abilities. It's meaningless. Yuan Ming and the others dared not speak out, as they all remembered that this vice sect Master Lin seemed to have had a major opportunity stolen from her by a genius, which led to her indignant defection to join the Mud Doll sect. Indeed, the 3 temple master level masters of the Mud Doll sect, the sect hierarch and the 2 vice sect hierarchs, all had similar backgrounds. That's why it's understandable why this big shot is so disdainful of Yu Hong. It's not jealousy, it's hatred. In that case, how about I fight Yu Hong first to see, which would also make it easier for Vice Sect Master Lin to assess him? Yuan Ming suggested again. On account of your father, it's possible. The old crone chuckled and agreed. Yuan Ming's father is Yuan Ruhai, who is another Vice Sect Master at the same level as her. And within the Mud Doll sect, as the leader of the primordial embryo's 7 sons, Yuan Ming is the closest to their 3 leaders without equal. This is also why she is willing to give Yuan Ming some face. Asterisk. 5-Star Town. A line of military vehicles stopped at the outskirts of the town, unloading troops. Groups of soldiers spread out like a long snake, heading towards the town from all directions. The magicians, responsible for dealing with special forces, followed the assault teams and entered the town from the front. The entire 5-Star Town was like a giant pentagram, with every street being one edge of the pentagram. Facia Sword Meng Qingshuang and Headless Sword Xia Chunling were sitting in a small military jeep, each already starting to prepare their seals and apply medicinal oil in advance. A hazy fog enveloped the whole town, and the sky became gloomier as a result. If Yu Hong were here, he would be able to tell at a glance that this kind of gray fog is the precursor to a black disaster outbreak, exactly like the early days of the Hope City world. Buildings in the town kept whizzing past both sides of the car, but not a single person was in sight. Be careful, something's not right here, Meng Qingshuang whispered a warning. Got it. Headless Sword Xia Chunling responded simply, gripping the sword hilt tightly, quickly raising her vigilance to the highest level. Squeak! Just then, a sudden hard brake from the vehicle in the assault team ahead almost caused it to be hit by the vehicle behind. Without waiting for the people behind to ask. Boom! The vehicle ahead abruptly exploded. Flames burst out from the ground, immediately enveloping the vehicle completely. Meng Qingshuang and Headless Sword reacted extremely quickly, simultaneously leaping out of the car window, jumping out of the car. Boom! A huge flame also exploded under their vehicle, completely engulfing the car. Da-da-da-da. The sound of machine guns rang out, and the soldiers began to quickly return fire. Continuous roaring grenade explosions followed. They were fighting against a group of black-clad masked men. They were carrying guns and rocket launchers, quickly appearing on the rooftops on both sides of the town. It was as if they appeared there in an instant, completely unseen before and unnoticed by anyone. By the time they were discovered, more than half the convoy had already suffered devastating attacks. Not good. Meng Qingshuang suddenly froze, a strange feeling rising in her heart. With one hand, she pulled out a luminescent white talisman paper, murmured a spell, and stuck it on her forehead. The talisman paper ignited without fire and disappeared in the blink of an eye, turning to ash and scattering. At the same time, her perception instantly elevated to another level. In her current perception, within 100 meters around her, wave after wave of invisible ripples kept sweeping over the entire convoy of soldiers and magicians, altering all their sensory signals. This is a neural interference technique. She instantly recognized this extremely rare and powerful taboo technique. What? Headless Sword nearby also heard the conversation and was greatly startled. This kind of technique could only be used by someone at the temple master level. It wasn't particularly harmful to magicians, but for ordinary people, it represented the pinnacle of hypnotism. Even if there were a large number of them, once encountering a magician who mastered such magic, they would be like lambs to the slaughter, unable to resist. Only long-range sniping and indiscriminate bombing could break such a troublesome technique. And what was even more troublesome was that such a technique should have perished long ago. The last cult that mastered such techniques had been completely eradicated by the government in cooperation with the Taoist sects more than 30 years ago, not a single one left. But now, order everyone else to retreat. Meng Qingshuang had not expected the Mud Doll sect to still possess such forbidden magic. She quickly yelled to Headless Sword. This kind of technique, this range, the scale. The opponent this time from the Mud Doll sect was even stronger than she was in total spiritual power. Can you handle it alone? Headless Sword drew her sword, sending a flash of silver light, cutting through a black bird flying towards her. The body of the black bird fell to the ground and turned into a puddle of black mud, disappearing without a trace. Clearly, this was not a real entity but a product of a technique. Leave it to me. Meng Qingshuang's eyes were fierce, and she likewise drew her sword and quickly slashed, cutting down more than a dozen black birds that pounced at her. Even if I can't win, I can still retreat freely. Boom! Meng Qingshuang's words were cut short as her body suddenly stiffened, hit in the chest by a sniper bullet from an unknown source. The bullet pierced through the chest cavity, exiting from the back and bringing with it a mist of blood. Her eyes widened as her body was propelled backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Why wasn't there any warning? She couldn't understand. Experts of the Temple Master level, due to their extremely strong spiritual power, would automatically develop a sense of danger when faced with threats. Any sniper attempting to assassinate them would find it extremely difficult. Because the moment they were targeted, these experts would automatically develop a sense of the danger, thereby knowing from which direction the threat came, and would start to dodge and evade on their own. But that shot just now, Meng Qingshuang didn't receive any danger warning at all. Her spiritual power alert had actually failed. Asterisk. 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 Seagull Beach. The second, larger convoy stopped at the periphery of the beach and began to unload the troops. The area had already been evacuated, devoid of people. The entire beach, while called a beach, is actually a continuous stretch of pale yellow coastline several hundred meters long, belonging to a large area where many beaches are connected. There are scattered seaside buildings on it, none of them tall, all white little buildings. On ordinary days, tourists come to play, mainly served by the residents living in these buildings. Some of them are vendors selling food and groceries, Some provide maritime projects by resort villagers. There are also members of the nearby village committees, fishers who live by the sea all year round, and so on. And the official target, that is, the seemingly normal but actually early joined cult followers of the Mud Doll sect. Yu Hong got out of the car first, stood on the road and looked around. The surroundings were open, with sparse palm trees neatly lined up along the beach. Further away is the real entrance to Seagull Beach. The entire stretch of beach was enclosed by a wire fence, with only this entrance guarded by 2 small stone towers with an iron gate between them. A white sign with the opening times hung on the gate. This is the place. Chang Shu took a step forward, stood beside Yu Hong, and spoke softly. How do we move? Yu Hong asked. Follow the commander's lead, Chang Shu replied. Actually, it's still the usual. Small teams go in to clear the area. We step in to break through when there's trouble. Okay. Yu Hong nodded and gestured to a few Zhang generation members behind him. Immediately, several people dispersed and took up positions in a strangely shaped polygonal array. At the same time, everyone pulled out their respective Inheritance Dao artifacts, and those without Inheritance Dao artifacts took out ordinary Dao artifacts. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion came from afar. A wave of invisible spiritual power, like a gentle breeze, spread towards them. Indeed, there are masters here too. Form the array, Zhang Ying immediately commanded. She just remembered that she was the actual commander of this Taoist temple operation, not Zhang Ro. But as soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Ming and Zhang Xia instinctively looked at Yu Hong to see if he acknowledged Zhang Ying's command authority. Quick! Yu Hong nodded, also holding the Guanghan Dao artifact to his chest, and began chanting the scripture to stimulate the array. Although Qingchen Temple is weak and ranked at the bottom among the Taoist sects, it still has basic protective formations. The most complete inheritance within the temple was the very formation they were about to use now, Little Mountain Observation Array. As the name suggests, this defensive formation was created by one of the ancestors, a genius who got an epiphany while observing mountain ranges, and left it behind. Its effect is to protect everyone within the formation, raising their resistance to spiritual attacks by 1 level. Used here, it means that all the magicians could temporarily resist spiritual area attacks of the Temple Master level. As for physical attacks, they would rely on the firearms of the officials and soldiers. Generally speaking, no matter how strong a magician is, being hit by bullets or artillery means certain death. Therefore, no magician would ever ignore the threat of firearms. As several people began the chant holding their Dao artifacts, a transparent and invisible ripple spread from them, quickly enveloping a 100-meter radius. This ripple was like a giant hemisphere resting on the ground. All the officers and soldiers entering and leaving this hemisphere naturally took on an invisible membrane. This membrane would provide them with a shield to resist a spiritual shock once within 10 minutes. At this moment, in the small buildings on the beach, people had already started exchanging gunfire with the officials and soldiers. Most of them used homemade guns with much less power and accuracy than those of the officials and soldiers, so they were naturally forced to retreat steadily. Until 2 beach vehicles with roaring engines came careening out, charging towards the magician formation. Bullets continued to explode sand around the vehicles, but failed to hit them. It was as if every turn they made was precisely predicting the next point of fire. Very quickly, the 2 vehicles screeched to a halt, and the people on them leaped to the ground, sprinting rapidly and precisely dodging all the bullets, closing in on the side of the magician formation in the blink of an eye. Before making full contact, everyone had already sensed the enormous and dangerous cold spiritual power from the 2 individuals. Only spiritual power filled with killing intent could give off a sense of coldness. One of them was like a vortex of spiritual power, continuously spinning and releasing invisible pulling forces, pulling at the consciousness of everyone nearby. Chapter 324. Approaching closer, the crowd finally saw clearly that one of these 2 individuals was a young man, handsome and androgynous in appearance, while the other had purple hair and a delicate physique like that of a beautiful child. It's Yuan Ming. The other one is from the primordial embryo 7th son. Zhang Ying was the first to shout out, her expression suddenly solemn. Yuan Ming was once capable of single-handedly challenging an entire generation of Yu teachers. Such a master, even if not at the temple master level, was scarcely different. He was an extremely dangerous expert from the Mud Doll sect. "Do not fear, we have the array to protect us," Zhang Ying quickly shouted loudly. Once they enter the array, their Taoist magic techniques will be weakened by more than 30%. Crack. The words had just been spoken. Suddenly a figure burst out from beside Zhang Ying. It was Zheng Hong. He sneered and unleashed his Dao artifact, striking Zhang Ying's arm and knocking the inheritance Dao artifact she held out of her grasp. Simultaneously, 2 Dao artifacts were disabled, and in that moment, the entire Qingchen Mountain array dimmed and vanished completely, collapsing altogether. And that wasn't all. Just as Zheng Hong left, a pungent and foul smell spread from where he had been. Those who smelled the scent all changed their expressions dramatically, their bodies beginning to feel weak and limp. "Poison! Spread out!" Zhang Ying quickly shouted, but it was already too late. Zhang Ming and Zhang Xia's faces turned pale, and they stumbled and fell after running a few steps. Among the official magicians present, Cheng Shu and 2 others reacted the fastest, and since they didn't approach this area, they managed to preserve their strength successfully. However, they could never have anticipated that Zheng Hong would turn out to be a traitor, especially Red Snake. Seeing this scene, she was utterly numbed. That move just now, if it had been executed while she was partnered with him, she would undoubtedly have died. But soon they had no time to ponder other things, as the other person who had appeared with Yuan Ming launched an attack on them. From the enemy's initial appearance, approaching, to Zheng Hong's betrayal and poisoning, a series of disruptions left many people somewhat dazed. When they snapped back to reality, the poison had already spread with the wind, nearby soldiers also collapsed in large numbers, and the array was completely broken. Zheng Hong ran towards the direction of the enemy. Thinking of running, Yu Hong initially intended to strike at Yuan Ming, but realizing something was wrong, he quickly judged the situation, changed direction, and activated a seal, calling out a speed figure to pounce towards Zheng Hong. The poison had no effect on him. His tremendously strong physique allowed him to ignore most deadly toxins. But as soon as the speed figure approached, it was instantly bound by strips of white bandages. Acting wildly in front of me? Yuan Ming, not knowing when, appeared next to Zheng Hong, his hands forming the seal of a magic. "Try it." Yu Hong's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he summoned a special power figure to launch a sneak attack. Under the special force, the vast expanse of white bandages rapidly turned into a translucent gel. The speed figure in yellow and white robes emitted a strange giggling sound, and in an instant, appeared just 3 meters behind Zheng Hong, tossing back her long hair.
Seal.
Yuan Ming took action again, and swathes of white cloth appeared from nowhere, enveloping the speed figure from all directions, instantly encapsulating it into a large white cocoon. Faces eerily protruded from the cocoon, moving in all directions. 4 corners. Yuan Ming extended his hand again, pointing towards Yu Hong. Immediately hundreds of pieces of white cloth surged forward, charging towards Yu Hong from behind him. The sheer mass of white cloth obscured everyone's vision. Like a mini tidal wave, its momentum terrifying. Although it hadn't reached the absolute boundary with such momentum, it was already very close to that level. Aside from traits of sharpness, facing Yuan Ming as a normal magician at this moment was nearly indistinguishable from the temple master level. But, bang! A loud boom. Roar. Amid the deep roar, behind Yu Hong, a black giant over 5 meters tall burst forth. The giant, bent over in a furious sprint, charged wildly forward, slamming into the sea of white cloth. Giant and white cloth collided and wrestled, exploding into a massive wave of invisible divine energy. Blocked. Seeing this, Yu Hong's expression slightly changed, grasping the Guanghan. Instantly, Taoist power flowed into it. A moon-white vortex appeared in the air beside him, tearing slightly, instantly expanding to a diameter of 5 meters. A 4-meter-tall ugly gray face burst out of the vortex, with a thick neck like a giant python, lunging towards Yuan Ming. Hungry. So hungry. The real inheritance Tao artifact, Gods will constant hunger, appeared. It roared, carrying rings of invisible, potent divine pressure, flying towards Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming's body stiffened, actually frozen by the special roaring of constant hunger for a second. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The enormously enlarged constant hunger tore through the sea of white cloth in one bite, bursting through and pouncing towards him again. Boom! In an instant, Yuan Ming was struck as if hit by a truck, flying backwards and crashing into the sea, quieting down for a moment. Yu Hong's expression unchanged, manipulated the seal, not pursuing further, but directing constant hunger towards the lingering snitch Zhang Hong. Insolence! Suddenly, a sharp shout. Constant Hunger's huge body was struck by a sudden burst of red light from afar, booming like a cannonball explosion, violently thrown backwards for a distance. His ugly large face was missing a large chunk of gray flesh, looking battered and severely damaged. Who's there? Yu Hong squinted towards the direction of the red light. The dust slowly dissipated, revealing a somewhat hunched figure. This person held an iron staff, had snow-white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and wore reading glasses, looking exactly like one of the many old ladies commonly seen on the streets. But such an appearance was quite abnormal here. Hiss! The moment the elderly person appeared, an invisible wave spread out from her body, turning into pressure that pushed away the surrounding dust, forming a large hollow circle. As the dust cleared, she finally looked up at Yu Hong. I am Lin Shan, Vice Sect Hierarch of the Mud Doll Sect. Lin Shan. Yu Hong's expression darkened. Summoning gods will constant hunger back to his side, floating and waiting. The aura emanating from the other party was distinctly similar to the special pressure he felt from Feixia Sword Meng Qingshuang. Clearly, this was a real temple master-level expert. Meng had mentioned that the Mud Doll Sect in Taizhou had only 3 peers at the same level, and this person might hold one of those positions. Vice Hierarch, can I evacuate first? Zhang Hong, only now recovering from his intense fear, gasped for breath before asking loudly. He didn't want to stay here another moment. Just earlier, he had been on the brink of death, almost devoured mentally. Yu Hong's trump cards one after another and the successive duels with Yuan Ming had instilled fear in him, making him want to escape farther away as soon as possible. Go. Go help Yuan Ming and resolve the remaining Dao seeds. Leave this place to me, Lin Shan said indifferently, positioning herself between Yu Hong and Zhang Hong, blocking their line of sight. Yu Hong looked at Zhang Hong. Due to the eternal life association, the thing he most loathed now was a snitch, and Zhang Hong, this guy, had tampered right under his watch, causing the array to fail. Such a disgusting person. If he managed to escape again, Yu Hong himself wouldn't be able to overcome the mental barrier. You are very confident. He looked at Vice Sect Hierarch Lin Shan. Say whatever you want to say quickly. Lin Shan gripped the iron staff with one hand and pulled it upward with the other. The iron staff unexpectedly pulled out a sharp, straight silver blade. Snap! The sword sheath disguised as an iron staff was thrown aside. Lin Shan's back slowly straightened. Her originally wrinkled skin quickly plumped up, and her muscles slightly swelled. In those few seconds, she seemed to reverse time, rejuvenating by 40 years, returning to her prime. Had it not been for the wrinkles still on her face, remaining with an old woman's appearance, no one would associate her with the old woman from before. At this moment, she was about 1.8 meters tall with a burly build, holding the sword with both hands. Her previously oversized black robe now seemed to fit just right. Otherwise, there will be no chance, because next, I will deliver one sword stroke after another. Swoosh! Before she finished speaking, suddenly a dark shadow appeared beside her. The shadow swung its right fist, carrying a terrifying force that created a piercing scream and a mass of white bluster. That wasn't a spiritual illusion. It was a genuine, physical shock wave formed by an air explosion. The fist aimed at her face, and she reflexively lifted her sword to pierce the fist from below. But the moment she struck, Lin Shan's mind alarm bells rang. No, this isn't a technique attack. It's physical. In that moment, she changed tactics, lowered her head, and raised her hands to block, but it was already too late. Boom! A circle of gray air blasts exploded for real. This wasn't a technique, nor a spiritual image, but a real physical impact. The massive, terrifying force immediately sent Lin Shan flying horizontally, skimming the ground for over 10 meters and heavily crashing into the sea. With a splash, white waves surged upward, mixed with strands of blood. Everything returned to calm. Yu Hong retracted his right fist, watching Lin Shan, who had completely disappeared, revealing a faint trace of regret in his eyes. What a pity! If it weren't for today, I might have been interested in a proper exchange with you to test strengths beyond the absolute boundary. But now… He turned to look at Zhang Hong, whose face was blank, legs already trembling. You! Zhang Hong pointed at him, his whole body also starting to shake. Who are you exactly? By now, he too had realized that someone with such formidable close combat skills couldn't have been just an ordinary person good at fighting before becoming a disciple. Such terrifying close-quarter combat strengths were definitely not something Qingchen Temple was qualified to possess. This person must have had some ulterior motives for entering Qingchen Temple, and they, or the Mud Doll sect, had just happened to expose his disguise and stepped on a landmine. I like expressions like yours. Yu Hong didn't reveal his identity, because, when you ask such a naive question with such an out-of-control expression, it means you have no trump cards left. In an instant, he appeared beside Zhang Hong, pausing momentarily, brushing past. Splash! A spray of blood spurted from Zhang Hong, pulling a long line of blood across the beach. The blood water stained the gravel red, slowly soaking through. Zhang Hong dumbly covered his abdomen, his waist and lower abdomen. In just a split second, completely sliced open a vast gash. It was as if his arm, acting like a cutting machine at high speed, had horrifically sliced open. Because of the excessive speed, his body couldn't react in time, and his abdomen was already hollowed out by a hit. Bones, muscles, skin, along with clothes, everything shattered, mixed together into a long line of bloody debris behind him. I regret. Zhang Hong struggled to speak, but his body was already too weak to support him, slowly falling backward. Thump! He fell backward onto the ground, eyes wide open, gradually ceasing to breathe, and losing the ability to think. Chapter 325. Regretting now is utterly meaningless. Yu Hong brushed off the remnants on his hand, and suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, raised his hand and struck a silent red shadow flying in from the right. The red shadow burst out from the seawater with extreme speed, already comparable to Yu Hong's full-force strike, but it lacked substance. When it was hit by the palm, it instantly exploded into red dots of light that dissipated into the air. It was clearly of the type of a spiritual technique. At that moment, a suppressed female voice filled with anger drifted from behind. Not confirming your opponent's death immediately was the biggest mistake of your life. It was Lin Shan. She actually wasn't dead. Yu Hong turned around, his face showing a look of astonishment. He remembered clearly that he had already struck his opponent's head on the side with full force just now. With his strength, even without invoking new inner chi and spirit light, without employing the thunderbolt transformation, and just relying on his pure physical strength of several tens of tons, the opponent's head should have exploded. But now, I'm going to kill you, skin you alive, soak you in salt water for 3 days and 3 nights, gouge out your eyes, cut off your tongue. I will make you suffer eternally without release. Lin Shan's voice was filled with venom. What gave you the confidence to spew such vicious threats? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. That weak surprise attack just now? Weak? The trash that only talks big. I will devour you. Lin Shan screamed furiously. Hiss! Beneath the sea surface, a red shadow shot out again, this time without a tangible form, and without disturbing the water. The red shadow burst forth like an illusion, attacking Yu Hong's face with a speed slightly faster than his full-speed physical body. At the same time, a faint aura similar to that of Chang'e spread out from her body. Divine intent? Yu Hong instantly understood that Lin Shan was temporarily fusing her own will and spirit with an inheritance Dao artifact, bursting forth in one fell swoop. This was a true desperate death blow. A temple master-level expert fighting desperately. Obviously, the previous strike had inflicted a fatal blow on Lin Shan, forcing her to choose this desperate measure. So, is she trying to quickly finish the fight and then leave to heal herself? Yu Hong speculated, but his hands didn't slow down. Although the opponent was faster, he needed to move less distance to raise his hand. Naturally, he could block in time. Covering his arm with inner chi, Yu Hong raised his hand and blocked the incoming red shadow with his palm. Bang! His silver-blue inner chi and the red shadow exploded at the same time. The muscles and nerves on the outside of Yu Hong's arm twitched. A faint blackness appeared as if the skin was corroded and damaged. So there's some physical substance in it? Seems like some kind of poison fog or similar acting as a carrier. Yu Hong's guess flashed in his eyes. But since it was confirmed that the opponent was seriously injured, he just needed to buy time. And the subsequent developments fully confirmed his guess. Lin Shan madly released one red shadow after another, which seemed to be a special kind of maggot. Because of their extreme speed, they appeared as mere red shadows from afar. Yu Hong shattered the continuous maggots with repeated strikes, albeit each time it damaged his skin. This was the first time since arriving in this world that something had hurt him, which greatly surprised him. After all, the strength of his body now should be capable of withstanding bullets. Seeing that he could still be injured like this showed that the divine intent in the attack indeed had some substance. However, injury aside, the slight wound was quickly healed by the flowing and abundant inner chi. Of course, this also meant that a temple master-level expert was now qualified to hurt him without him erupting in inner chi flame. To him, this was already quite remarkable. After all, the strength of his body now, enhanced by the cosmic divine light, was much stronger than before. And logically, the opponent was merely driving some external force with pure spiritual will for the attacks. Physical blows should be very weak. But now, it seemed that high-level experts here were already meddling with reality to some extent, just on a smaller scale, resulting in less threat than actual weaponry. Lin Shan was such an example, so was the previously mentioned Taoist Ku Chan. By this time, Lin Shan, with each delay, grew weaker and weaker. Clearly, she could no longer control her injuries, and Yu Hong's sudden assault had inflicted a massive and irreversible fatal wound on her. Now she was ferociously making her efforts in the desperate hope of getting a chance to escape the battle and leave to heal. But Yu Hong didn't grant her that opportunity, keeping a close watch on her. As time went on, in desperation, she attempted to flee but was held back by Yu Hong controlling Chang'e and a group of fierce shadows to delay her. 5 minutes later, suffocating from her last effort, she released one final red maggot shadow, which Yu Hong easily burst with a casual strike. The water was quiet again. Splash. Yu Hong walked forward and approached, only to see through the clear water at the bottom of the shallow sea the body of the vice sect hierarch of the Mud Doll sect. Her eyes were wide open, one side of her temple deeply caved in, like a tin can flattened by a hammer, with brain matter spilling out. You had such a resilient life force, truly troublesome that you held on for so long. Yu Hong disdainfully bent down, searching the body, and quickly found a dark green pouch, resembling a sachet. Inside the pouch were small black seed-like objects, seemingly worm eggs. Yu Hong frowned, remembering the many strange insects released by the vice hierarch, and thinking they might be of use. He took it, sealed the opening, and hung it at his waist on his Taoist robe. Being able to persist so long after taking a fatal strike from my surprise attack, there must be something worthwhile on you. I'll keep it for now. After checking the spoils of the battle, he turned to look toward the beach. Not far away, another of the primordial embryo septuplets fighting against Chang Shu and the others had already run far away, with Chang Shu and others in pursuit. Evidently, this person had sharp eyesight and, upon realizing something was wrong, immediately disengaged from the scene without hesitation. Yu Hong paid no attention to them. Instead, he looked toward Zhang Ying, and the others collapsed on the ground, unable to muster any strength to move. Just now, his action had been witnessed by them. At this moment, even though several Dao seeds lay on the ground, the pressure exuded a kind of indescribable complexity. Zhang Ro, you. Zhang Ming could not help but speak up in a low voice. Despite the howling sea breeze, his voice still reached Yu Hong's ears. Didn't I say it? I've just practiced a bit of close combat. Yu Hong nodded naturally. Just a bit? Are you kidding me by calling blowing someone up with a punch and piercing through a technique? Just a bit? Their faces contorted. But that was the amplification given to me by my inheritance Dao artifact. I don't know why, but suddenly my speed and power increased, and then I flew over, and then... You all saw what happened. Yu Hong spread his hands. Zhang Ming really wanted to say, "Are you freaking kidding me?" But he dared not. He watched with his own eyes as that arrogant vice sect hierarch had his head blown up by Yu Hong's punch and his body smashed into the sea, dead on the spot. So, right now, he truly did not dare. Beside him, Zhang Ying barely managed to prop herself up, wanting to speak, but was surrounded by rapidly arriving medics. Not just her, the others were treated the same way, with a medic squatting down beside each injured person to check their bodies and determine how to move them. Tada-tada. The helicopter flew overhead, firing 2 black missiles towards the distance. The missiles left 2 black trails, hitting the side of a 3-story building. Boom! A massive explosion resounded. The shockwave pushed back any urge Zhang Ying and Zheng Xia had to speak. All they could do was watch Yu Hong standing amid the blast wave, immovable, like a black monolith that couldn't be shaken by the waves. And all the others were yelling to take cover and get down. This scene, like an engraving, was instantly and deeply imprinted in their minds. Indelible. Asterisk. 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 5-star town. Meng Qingshuang coughed up a mouthful of blood while lowering her head. In front of her lay a chaotic street, littered with explosion craters. Houses and shops had collapsed, and a large number of soldiers surrounded the area, with many guns aimed in this direction. The ground was strewn with bodies of Mud Doll sect followers, while some soldiers' corpses were also being moved away. Meng Qingshuang snapped back to reality and saw a figure slowly emerging from the mist in front of her. Taking a deep breath. Just now, a person had rushed out from the mist and attacked her. After a clash of techniques, that person was defeated and injured. Just as she was about to continue the pursuit, a new person appeared. And then came the hard battle. Quite a splendid technique, taking the dawn and dusk as the theme, condensing it into one spirit, borrowing the name of Zai Palace's renowned fascia sword to transform into a special technique. The person finally stepped out of the mist. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot. It was the snipers from the military acting. But even before the sound of the gunshot reached, that person suddenly sidestepped to the left. This step neatly avoided the bullet that whizzed past his side. I originally wanted to have a proper exchange with you to see the mysterious aspects of Zai Palace's techniques. But unfortunately, the timing is not right. The person walked forward again and finally revealed his full appearance. He was a bald, ugly man with eyes and nose each misplaced. By misplaced is meant his features not located where they should be. One eye was not on the same horizontal line as the other, and his nose was not at the center of his face but tilted to the left. His mouth shifted to the right, not aligning vertically with his nose. Do you think you've already won? Meng Qingshuang straightened her body, the tip of her sword once again brightening with a red light. The fascia sword was her inheritance Dao artifact, and now, with great exhaustion and serious injuries, she finally decided to invoke the divine intent of the inheritance Dao artifact. Divine intent descending? I can do that too. The odd man chuckled lightly, also holding a dark yellow stone pendant worn on his chest. Buzz. At the same moment, 2 massive and exaggerated spiritual pressures emerged upon them both. Bystanders felt a flicker in their vision. seeing dark yellow mud pour out rapidly from the side of the monstrous man, completely enveloping him. On Meng Qingshuang's side, a surge of red and purple clouds also enveloped her. The mud and clouds quickly spread, covering several streets in the blink of an eye, even engulfing several buildings. Intermittent sounds of clashing metal rang out from within. "All snipers, attention!" The military commander at the rear picked up the radio, his expression solemn. "Take out all the snipers on the opposite side. Miss Meng being shot is our negligence. No further mistakes can be allowed after this." When Meng Qingshuang was shot just now, it almost made his heart leap out of his chest. Fortunately, the bullet only passed through the thoracic cavity and did not hit the heart. From Meng Qingshuang's performance, it seemed that she had no intention of retreating. Whether it's a victory or defeat now relied on the outcome of the battle. "Issue an order. If it's judged that Miss Meng has lost, immediately bring up the artillery for saturation strikes," the commander-in-chief ordered sternly. Chapter 326. Yu Hong sat in the military jeep with a hint of regret on his face, heading towards Five-Star Town. Just now, the communication from Five-Star Town had suddenly been cut off, and he immediately decided to check it out. Although he had slightly exposed some of his abilities, he was still able to somewhat cover it up with the special capabilities of the Inheritance Dao artifact. At least from Chang Shu and their expressions, they were half doubtful. The more he spoke, it seemed Zhang Ying and Zhang Ming also started to believe a bit. Of course, that was only on the surface. What they actually thought in their hearts, he didn't care, nor would anyone speak of it. The car's engine buzzed, driven by a somewhat recovered Zhang Xia. Sitting in the passenger seat was his partner, Chang Shu. Both of them were less affected and had inhaled less poison gas. Now, they actively accompanied Yu Hong to investigate the situation in Five-Star Town. In reality, if it was the Yu Hong from before, they wouldn't have agreed to proactively head to the more dangerous Five-Star Town. But after Yu Hong's outbreak and resolution of Vice Sect Hierarch Lin Shan, everyone was momentarily speechless and had no objections to his subsequent decisions. This was the change brought about by strength. By the way, the search just now didn't find Yuan Ming's body. He probably isn't dead and has fled first. Zhang Xia spoke while driving. "It doesn't matter, he was hit by my Inheritance Dao artifact. It's basically no different from an ordinary person being hit by a truck, heavily traumatized mentally. Even if he isn't dead, he won't have the spirit to cause trouble." Yu Hong comforted nonchalantly. "But, don't worry, I have everything under control." Yu Hong interrupted her. Naturally, he wouldn't say that he had already dispatched droves of dragon lizards to find the unconscious Yuan Ming in the sea and had him directly torn apart to feed to the sharks. Taking action without leaving troubles behind, this was the experience he summed up for himself now. "All right, let's not talk about these unpleasant things. How much longer do we need to drive to reach Five-Star Town?" Yu Hong changed the topic. "About half an hour more," Chang Shu quickly responded. "I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive," Yu Hong instructed. "Okay." Both of them answered simultaneously. Chang Shu and Zhang Xia exchanged glances, keeping their mouths shut. From today on, the magician circle in Taizhou might undergo a transformation. Both sensed this implication from each other's eyes. Yu Hong's sudden outbreak, managing to defeat Yuan Ming, the leader of the Primordial Embryo's 7 sons, and effortlessly defeating the Vice Sect Hierarch of the Mud-Doll sect that appeared subsequently. His aura was so strong, the mental pressure so intense, it was unintelligible to them. Moreover, that kind of extreme speed close-range strike earlier really came from an Inheritance Dao artifact? Chang Shu was half skeptical even though Yu Hong's explanation sounded logical and made sense. But the key point was, such a technique that could enhance a human body to such an exaggerated strength has never appeared in this world. Even the Mud-Doll sect's copper soldiers and iron soldiers, able to withstand bullets' shots, are achieved by merging modern technology with techniques that bind metal powder on the surface of the body, forming a variant. This principle is essentially wearing a layer of extremely strong bulletproof armor all around the body, truly enhancing the physical body to such an extent not a single magician exists. The interference of techniques with material has its limits. That limit is what's called the interference boundary with reality. The most famous case displaying this boundary is the strongest person from Zai Palace, the top prodigy of Taoist sect, Ku Chan, using his fusion strike. Ku Chan combined the inheritance Dao artifact, Qi Shao sword, to launch one strike. Due to the overwhelming fluctuation of the technique, it partially interfered with reality and completely evaporated a small section of the lake. That one strike covered an area of over 30 meters. The flames surged nearly 100 meters high. People several kilometers away all heard the explosion and saw the small patch of night sky tinged with red. Such power might seem immense, but for the military, it's just the explosive force of a large incendiary bomb. This is the interference limit of techniques with physical matter. And the interference with living beings by techniques is even lesser. Many experts have tried using techniques to enhance their own physical qualities to withstand gunfire. But all have failed, because the enhancement boundary of techniques on the body is just slightly stronger than that of a top athlete, nothing more. For instance, if the extreme limit of a top athlete in sprinting is 9 seconds for 100 meters, then a magician, after strenuous efforts and time to enhance the body, can achieve 7 seconds for 100 meters. That's all. Even such minor enhancements are still the best results achieved by expending countless resources. Therefore, many magicians now seek to combine science with Taoist skills, and the Copper Soldiers and Iron Soldiers of the Mud Doll sect are such cases. The speed Yu Hong displayed just now was definitely faster than 7 seconds for 100 meters. Chang Shu's mind was a bit chaotic, but she believed that the people from Qingchen Temple were even more bewildered. Yu Hong was not simple, definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. The only thing to be thankful for is, he at least stands on our side. Chang Shu sighed inwardly. She looked towards Zhang Xia, who was driving. Her delicate and tired face still carried a hint of confusion, obviously still puzzled by Yu Hong's performance just now. Asterisk. 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 Qingchen Temple Main Hall. Taoist Yu Hen put down his mobile phone, his expression wooden, staring ahead with a somewhat unfocused gaze. How is it? What's the situation over there? Start with the beach. Meng Girl is at 5-star town. There should be no problem. Hurry up and tell me. Umo and Yushur, along with a few other elders gathered around, formed an array, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Seeing the temple master pick up the phone, they immediately became impatient and urged loudly. Meng Girl is still fighting, got a bit hurt, but it's under control. However, the situation on the other side is a bit off, Yu Hen said with a complex expression, shaking his head. What's off? Just say it, Umo urged, patting the ground. It's Zhang Ro. Yu Hen looked at his anxious fellow disciples. What happened to Zhang Ro? Umo became even more anxious hearing about his disciple. Yu Hen didn't know how to explain. He seems like, is he hurt? Is he hurt? Umo exclaimed, suddenly standing up. I told you not to let him go. He's just a kid? He hasn't even practiced Taoist skills for a year. But you insisted on his strong abilities, saying missing him would significantly impact the fight. Now what? He's hurt, right? What if Qingchen Temple loses a supreme genius? Do you understand how big of a loss that would be? Do you know I've been unable to eat or sleep? Brother, they've only been gone for 2 hours. Yu Zhong couldn't help interjecting softly. It's not even mealtime yet. I was using a metaphor. Don't you understand a metaphor? Ha! Umo shouted back angrily. Little brother, let me explain first. Yu Hen hastily raised his hand to calm him, showing a bitter smile. I'm listening. Just say it. Umo grumpily sat back down. I'm just trying to figure out how to phrase it. Yu Hen seemed helpless. Hurry up. Don't drag it out. Just say it. Umo fired up again. Don't rush. How can I not rush? Do you know how I've been coping recently? Usually, at this time, I'd be browsing beautiful women's images, but now I can't even look at those pictures. Do you understand how much harm that does to me? My Taoist realm was already barely holding on. And now with the wrong mindset, I fear I might have to. Umo began to rage again. Bang! A loud noise. Yuhen could no longer hold back and slammed his palm on the floor. It's fine. Zheng Ro is fine, not only that, but he also killed Yuan Ming, the first of the primordial embryo sevens, and even managed to kill Lin Shan, the vice-sect hierarch of the Mud Doll sect. According to reports, the technique he used at the end didn't seem like Daoist skills but pure close combat. The speed and strength of his movements were terrifyingly strong. Unfathomable. Yuhen blurted out all the information in one breath and exhaled. That's the thing. Unfathomable speed and strength. During a Daoist skills matchup nearly at a disadvantage, he directly exploded that vice-sect hierarch Lin Shan. Lin Shan's strength had also crossed the absolute boundary. Can you understand my feelings now? Ha! He yelled loudly, hitting the floor. Inside the main hall, there was silence. Taoists of the Yu generation were stunned by the information revealed in these words. Eyes wide open with shock, mouth slightly open. Stuck in place, those using phones had their fingers halfway through pressing the buttons. I think, maybe, like the novels described, Zheng Ro suddenly burst forth in a desperate situation. His realm increased dramatically. His strength significantly rose. Yufeng dryly tried to rationalize. No one responded. Qingchen Temple had struggled to produce a true genius. They very much desired a real rising star, a genuine talent to stabilize the foundation of the sect. And now Yu Hong had given them hope. But at this moment, this hope seemed a tad illusory. Or it might be the inheritance Dao artifact. Zheng Ro's Dao artifact is of profound level, but it's never been heard that someone matched with this type before. Maybe it's just the type that significantly enhances physical strength, who knows? Umo also spoke up, his voice parched, hardly believing his words. Ku Chan and the two heavenly masters also tried to enhance their bodies. But there is a limit. If it were them at this level, I would believe. But before this, Zheng Ro was just a normal person. Yuhen said solemnly. Everyone fell silent again. For over 10 minutes, no one spoke again. Instead, they carefully contemplated the implications behind these events, and how, going forward, the entire Qingchen Temple should handle Yu Hong. Regardless, Zheng Ro practiced the Taoist skills of our Qingchen Temple, Umo suddenly said, raising his voice. He was also recognized by the Inheritance Hall, approved by the spiritual imprints of the ancestral masters, and what he holds is also our Qingchen Temple's Inheritance Dao artifact. He's now fighting for the Taoist Temple and for Taizhou, even if he hides some unsavory past. So what? He slowly stood up, his voice growing from weak to louder and more resonant. So what are we hesitating for here? Umo looked at the others. This speech, like a large bell, thoroughly woke everyone present up. Indeed, as long as he hasn't done anything harmful to the Taoist Temple, why should we delve into his past? As long as he is still a member of our Qingchen Temple, that's enough. Yuhen also saw the light, his face clearing of all doubts. The Temple Master is absolutely right. That's exactly it. A rare rise in a century. How can we allow such trivial internal strife to delay us? We should be united, striving diligently to move forward bravely. Well said, Umo shouted. When Zheng Ro returns, I will talk to him face to face. Don't worry, there will be no issue. Snap. He swung his large hand down, striking the wooden floor heavily, the sound loud, signifying his resolve. Chapter 327. 5-Star Town. The jeep passed through several temporary checkpoints and entered the outer layers of the town shrouded in gray mist. The dilapidated streets, the raging fires, the rundown shop buildings. The street scenes passed by the jeep all showcased how fierce the previous battle had been. Yu Hong rolled down the window and observed the ruined scenery outside, his brows slightly furrowing. This place just experienced a major battle. The residual spiritual power from the techniques is very strong. After the collapse of a technique, some traces might remain depending on the situation. These residual traces mainly depend on the external force originally triggered by the technique. In this world, the magicians use two main types of techniques. One type is built on spiritual power where the technique is directly used, like the Taoist skill's Guanwu skill, which summons fear shadows, essentially pure and strong condensations of spiritual power. The second type involves using external forces combined in inheritance Tao artifacts like those of the Mud Doll sect, and various secret techniques used by wild mages which involve all sorts of external chaotic materials to create bizarre abilities. Chang'e, Copper Soldiers and Iron Soldiers, Feixia Sword, Qi Shao Sword, Yuan Ming's White Cloth are all such examples. But what made Yu Hong frown was that the traces left here were mainly pure spiritual power. Spiritual power residues are quite special. This is the first time I felt such a strong essence of residue. Normally, spiritual power should dissipate quickly after losing its host, Yu Hong said. That's not necessarily so. Strong spiritual techniques leave behind spiritual power because the psychic field permeates into the environmental materials, which is why it can't dissipate for a long time, Zhang Xia explained. I have seen similar situations in many Taoist scriptures. Normally, such permeation takes a long time to form, like when people enter a Taoist temple's main hall and feel solemn and dignified. This is due to our years of chanting and worshipping, which leaves spiritual power that permeates the surrounding environment, forming a special fixed psychic field. I see. So, that means Sister Meng Qingshuang must have encountered a formidable enemy, causing her to burst out with an exaggerated amount of spiritual power, leading to so many residues here. Yu Hong understood. This was his first time sensing such residual power. The sensation felt like standing in front of an open fridge, feeling a chill on the skin and goosebumps naturally rising on the body. But in reality, the temperature hasn't changed at all. It was just an internal reaction triggered by his own mind. Thinking this, Yu Hong quickly took out the enhanced detector he had just modified, a palm-sized black box detector that looked like a jewelry box. It was a simple radiation detector that he had enhanced to measure spiritual power. Originally, he had planned to enhance Black Mark into a pair of glasses for better disguise. But the reality is that it would take too long, at least 2 months, and he couldn't accept spending so much time just to enhance a multifunctional detector, so he chose this one that only took a few hours. He pressed the switch. Beep, beep, beep. Instantly, the LCD screen lit up green, displaying fluctuating numbers. The number shown was similar to red value, representing the strength of the environmental spiritual power. 1 represents the brainwave activity when a person sits quietly alone, without pondering any issues. The number currently displayed was 14, indicating that the surrounding environment was filled with spiritual power nearly 14 times the intensity of an adult. Yu Hong's expression became serious. He then placed the device against his temple, stimulated his Taoist skills, and pressed the detection button again. After 3 beeps, the number displayed was 67. It's manageable. He put down the device, leaving it in the vehicle to prevent damage. At this time, the jeep had already driven into the inner part of the town. As the vehicle moved forward, numerous soldiers holding guns sat motionlessly on the ground on both sides of the road, their eyes vacant as if they had lost control. Noticing the anomaly, Zhang Xia and Chang Shu quickly grew serious, pulling out their mobile phones trying to contact the outside world. But their phones had no signal. There's a jammer. Zhang Xia instinctively looked towards Yu Hong to see what he would do next. Get out, you two, check the condition of the people around and be careful. I'll have a look further inside, Yu Hong said sternly. Okay. Yes. Both responded in unison. The car pulled to the side slowly, the doors opened. Dressed in Taoist robes with bulletproof vests underneath, the 3 quickly disembarked from the car and split up. Yu Hong then, sensing the direction where the spiritual aura was strongest, quickened his steps and hurried towards that direction. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Center of 5-star town. A strange figure in black robes, wearing a gray-white child's mask, continuously summoned creepy mud dolls. These mud dolls, amidst the yellow and red mist-filled streets, frantically chased after the Feixia sword Meng Qingshuang. Each mud doll was only 1.2 meters tall, with the appearance of a child, cute faces, and a spot of cinnabar on their foreheads. Only their bodies and faces had minor cracks. These were like porcelain that had cracked. The dolls, one after the other, clashed and counteracted with the red lines slashed by the fascia sword. The two sides were caught in a stalemate. Not far from where the two were fighting, two people also stood. One, with a pale face and blood at the corners of his mouth, was Yuan Ruhai, the vice sect hierarch of the Mud Doll sect. He had acted in haste and was almost instantly killed by Meng Qingshuang. Although he was eventually saved, he still suffered severe injuries. Regarding the other person, he was clad in a black robe with silver edges, his arms adorned with dark golden ornate arm guards, his face covered with a silver phoenix-patterned mask. You Mud Doll sect seem unable to suppress the fascia sword. The Inheritance Dao artifact of Zai Palace indeed lives up to its reputation. It is at least an Earth-level Dao artifact. The man in the phoenix mask spoke in a deep voice. Senior Qing Huang, could you lend a hand to the sect hierarch to speed up the battle? If the fight drags on, I'm afraid unforeseen changes might occur. Yuan Ruhai gritted his teeth and said with a bow. With the signal jammed here, he was unclear about the situation at Seagull Beach, but somehow he had an ominous premonition that something bad might be happening there. For someone at the Temple Master level like him, possessing powerful spiritual power that transcended the absolute boundary came with a partial warning ability. And at this moment, this ability was being triggered. Qing Huang, a genuine expert sent by the Seven Evil Alliance to support the battle situation, had a mysterious identity. After arriving in Taizhou, he had several probing skirmishes with the sect hierarch and resolved matters lightly each time. According to Yuan Ruhai's estimation, Qing Huang might be even stronger than the sect hierarch. It should be understood that even among those above absolute boundary, the disparity on this level itself is immense. The total amount of spiritual power, the intensity level, the explosive power when techniques and Taoist skills overlap, and most crucially, the strength of the Inheritance Dao artifact. These are all factors that significantly influence strength when combined. Especially the latter, as the physique difference among people is not large. Everyone is the same species with similar structures. Even if there is a variation in spiritual power, the discrepancy is minimal. At this level, none of the practitioners skilled in Taoist skills are weak. There are some differences in techniques, although some are not adept at slaughtering, but the ones used in response wouldn't be weak either, so the gap remains minimal. What truly creates a difference is the Inheritance Dao artifact. A strong Inheritance Dao artifact can raise the level of Taoist skills by a significant boundary, and even enhance the power of techniques by more than twice. Moreover, the level difference between Inheritance Dao artifacts is calculated by hundreds. Every level differentiation is a disparity of hundreds of times. With multiple layers adding up, the gap could reach a despairing extent. Could be like an adult against a chick, kicking one with each step. Being both controllers of Earth-level Dao artifacts, it seems sect leader Ning is slightly outmatched, Qing Huang commented, seemingly inattentive to Yuan Ruhai's request, and focused on observing the battle situation. Despite a fog serving as a barrier, he could still discern the battle's leaning from the entanglement of spiritual fluctuations. Senior Qing Huang. Yuan Ruhai sensed the shift too. Don't be hasty, Qing Huang replied, lifting his head as his gaze under the mask made its way through the fog towards a certain direction. Maintaining a large-scale neurological technique isn't easy for me either. I was too impatient. Yuan Ruhai took a deep breath and lowered his head. Moreover, Qing Huang gently moved his hands. An interesting young man has also arrived. Interesting. Yuan Ruhai was puzzled. What young man in Taizhou could catch the eye of Senior Qing Huang? It's rare to encounter a young man who lets me exercise my muscles. Qing Huang stepped forward toward the right side of the battlefield and walked at a relaxed pace. Right in front of him, a vague, towering figure about 2 meters tall emerged from the mist. It was Yu Hong. Separated by hundreds of meters, their gazes met instantly. A speck of blue light quietly illuminated from the tips of Qing Huang's fingers. Just then, boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded from the distance. The powerful shock caused the ground of Five-Star Town to tremble slightly. The signal jam engulfing the airspace here dissolved in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the widespread neurological technique also silently disappeared. The foundation of the formation has been destroyed. Qing Huang lamented, looking back at Yu Hong while slightly shaking his head. I intended to greet you, lucky young man. His voice faded, and his figure abruptly turned into blue light, disappearing on the spot. At the same time, the very spot he had stood was engulfed by a fierce explosion. Boom! Orange flames instantly swept across the ground, blasting a deep crater several meters in diameter. Not only that, but the place where the sect hierarch and vice-sect hierarch of Muddal sect were located also experienced intense bombardment. Within the short seconds of the disruption of the neurological technique, the army's magicians and artillery reacted, instantly aiming and firing. Deafening explosions continued for 3 to 4 minutes. A row of buildings collapsed in flames, and streets and squares were engulfed in fire and rolling smoke, until half of Five-Star Town had been reduced to ruins. Dust and flames soared into the sky, the air filled with the stench of various things being scorched. Finally, the bombardment ceased. Yu Hong stood still, sensing the spiritual presence within the town, feeling 3 substantially strong spiritual entities, 2 of which quickly weakened. The third, however, remained intact as before. The sect hierarch and vice-sect hierarch of Muddal sect have been severely injured by the bombardment. Swoosh! Feisha sword Meng Qingshuang leapt out, landing lightly next to Yu Hong, half-kneeling and saying in a deep voice. Military magicians coordinated with artillery, striking the two precisely. Without the influence of neurological technique, their strengths were completely suppressed by the bombardment. They could only retreat, she quickly said. How are you? Yu Hong looked at the large bloodstain on her chest, slightly worried. Chapter 328. Thankfully, it avoided the lung lobes and just passed through the gaps. It was the stretching force of the bullet that created an internal cavity. Otherwise, the injury wouldn't have been so severe. Meng Qingshuang shook her head. I was careless this time. I did not expect the Seven Evil Alliance would dare to employ such high-level experts. The neurological technique used was so extensive, it's not something ordinary people could achieve. You mean besides these 2 there were other experts? Sent by the Seven Evil Alliance. Yu Hong frowned, recalling the person he had just made eye contact with. That person wearing the Phoenix Silver mask, judging by the exposed skin on his hands, was definitely not young, most likely an elderly man. Definitely, the Muddal sect couldn't have deployed a neurological technique of such scale. This isn't just a taboo technique. The drain on one's own Taoist skills is also terrifying. Meng Qingshuang nodded. But there's no need to worry now. The Muddal sect has been severely damaged, and what follows is just a simple cleanup operation. What about those experts? Yu Hong asked, surprised. The structure of the Seven Evil Alliance is very loose. The opponent likely hired mercenaries with a lot of money from the Muddal sect. They wouldn't die for the Muddal sect. After all, the core of the Seven Evil Alliance is the Seven Evil's 7 organizations, and within it, the Muddal sect is just a minor power. Meng Qingshuang coughed a few times, then suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and casually continued. Sister, I think you should go and rest. I'll keep watch here. Yu Hong said helplessly. It's okay. It's just a congealed blood spurt. Meng Qingshuang bent her head and sprayed out a large cloud of bright red blood mist, her nose and mouth completely muddled. Then immediately her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed backwards. Yu Hong supported her with one hand, exhaled a Dao breath, and instantly sensed extreme weakness throughout her body, with blood vessels blocked by injuries everywhere. If delayed further, she would need emergency ICU care. After all, with blood vessel blockage and internal organs lacking airflow, they would quickly be deprived of nutrition and oxygen and begin to necrotize. Everyone likes to act tough. Without a word, he picked up this tough woman and headed towards the military convoy where an ambulance was already waiting. As for those 3 from the Muddal sect, he was just a regular Dao Seed disciple. Even if somewhat talented, directly knocking down 3 Muddal sect senior experts was a bit of an exaggeration. Relying on the Inheritance Dao artifact for his previous achievements was already terrifying. Doing it one more time would not just be terrifying, but frightening. After all, compared to that at the beach, here Meng Qingshuang was an Earth-level Dao artifact holder. The person who had injured her this badly. His strength must far exceed Vice Sect Master Lin Shan from the beach. Having transported the casualty to the ambulance, the fog over the ruins of the township slowly began to dissipate. The fire blazed fiercely, and the plastic and wood materials in houses released pungent smoke while burning. At a glance, everything was black and red. Elder brother Zheng Ro, master's call. Zheng Xia walked over and handed her cell phone to Yu Hong. Why didn't he call me directly? Yu Hong took it and asked. Your phone wouldn't connect. Yu Mo's voice came through from the other end. Yu Hong quickly fished out, indeed pulling a pack of smashed phone pieces from his pocket. It was clear it had been broken at some unknown time. How is the situation? Yu Mo quickly asked. Sister Meng has been taken to the ambulance. Yu Hong replied. Even she was injured so badly? Yu Mo was shocked, suddenly making a loud noise on the phone, clearly hitting something in surprise. How is she? Is she in danger? She's all right. Just lost a lot of blood. Needs to rest. No fatal wounds or anything. Yu Hong answered. This time he had planned to come and reveal a bit more of his power to solve the issue with the Mud Doll sect. Unexpectedly, Meng Qingshuang herself endured the enemy, and the official artillery support was very effective, directly bombing the array foundations and blasting the two high experts away. When he arrived, it was basically all over. That's good. Glad to hear. It's been quite tragic. Even Meng Qingshuang got hurt so badly. If it was just us alone against them, it would be unimaginable. Yu Mo thought about it and felt chilled. About Zheng Hong, Yu Hong began to explain. No need to say, I already know. Zhang Xia and the others reported to me in person. All of us old folks are aware. You did well. I didn't really want this either. Yu Hong sighed. Why do people always like to act as traitors and disrupt everything? People have their own aspirations. Since they chose another path, then let them bear the consequences themselves. Yu Mo scoffed. For such traitors, if they're still alive, they should be disciplined according to the rules when they return. I wish I could cut off their limbs and make them example poles to deter others. Zheng Hong's betrayal nearly killed the entire team. Had it not been for Yu Hong's sudden burst of strength rising to the challenge, this time their entire Dao Seed class might have been wiped off. After a few more words, he hung up the phone, and Yu Hong saw Commander Lu Shanhe approaching. Commander Lu, he greeted proactively. We owe you a lot this time. I was just treating a dead horse as if it were alive, following the military magician's suggestion for targeted demolition. Lu Shanhe shook his head. Lucky we gambled, right? Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence. After a pause, he scrutinized Yu Hong, who had arrived just in time for support. In this round, we've almost wiped out all the bases of the Mud Doll sect. But they have not been eradicated. The sect hierarch and the vice sect hierarch are still alive, albeit severely injured, but we need to continue strict monitoring going forward. So, this means our Qingchun Temple's involvement is pretty much concluded? Yu Hong understood. The pursuit was handled jointly by the Taoist sect and the officials. Pretty much, we'll handle the aftermath. There's still a lot to do here. Lu Shanhe looked towards the vehicle collecting the corpses, sighing deeply. Seeing his somber mood, Yu Hong didn't speak further, turned his head, and looked at the Dao Seed disciples gathered together talking. Several Dao Seed disciples all arrived together. Zhang Ming and Zhang Ying were injured and poisoned, weak and feeble. Zhang Xia looked tired and haggard. Her Taoist robe also had several tears, probably injured by the blast. Zheng Hong was gone. There was also Zhang Yun, the reserved quiet one, following behind with a pale face. One of his arms drooped powerless at his side. It's unclear whether it was broken or something else had happened. Qingchun Temple had mobilized just these few people. The rest were primarily officials and official magicians. Taoist Zhang Ro, in the future, if Taizhou faces any tough situations, we may need the Taoists' substantial assistance, Lu Shanhe said courteously. Of course, I am also a part of Taizhou and should naturally assist, Yu Hong stated with resolution. Pleasantries were of course offered first, but whether or not he would help would depend on the specifics of the situation. After this battle within Qingchen Temple, perhaps Taoist should be regarded as the strongest, Lu Shanhe sighed. General Lu flatters me. Yu Hong shook his head. Not far away, Chang Shu, Red Snake, and Headless Sword gathered once again, watching as body after body was carried out. The three of them stood in silence. After a few minutes of silence, Headless Sword finally spoke softly. Are you sure? This isn't some kind of joke? No one has the time to joke at a time like this, Red Snake answered gravely. We saw it with our own eyes. Taoist Zhang Ro suddenly appeared next to the vice sect master of the Mud Doll sect, and with one punch, he was gone. That speed is too exaggerated, the strength too. The techniques were shattered instantly, and the man was thrown dozens of meters away into the sea. Red Snake still felt tingles down his spine thinking about it. A difference of over 10 meters, a moment and appearance, then one punch and the battle was over. Such an action could already be considered an instant kill. If you didn't have any illusions, then from now on, in the whole of Taizhou, perhaps Zhang Ro will be number one. Headless Sword spoke again, then looked towards Chang Shu. If what you said is true, does what you said before still stand? Of course it does. Chang Shu nodded. Taoist Zhang Ro is very interested in the secret techniques of us wild mages, hoping to exchange with us using the techniques of his own sect. Qingchen Temple will agree to this? Red Snake asked. Not before, but after today, I guess as long as it's not a core technique, there won't be any problems. Chang Shu sighed. Felt like a dream to her now, so unreal. It had only been a few days, but Zhang Ro had soared to become the top expert of the Taoist sect in Taizhou. Think about it, Chang Shu said softly. This is a rare opportunity, it's only at this stage where Zhang Ro, who hasn't cultivated for long, is interested in loose cultivator techniques. It won't be long before his accumulation catches up and his interest in loose techniques fades. The other two understood her words. Loose techniques, though powerful, actually come with severe side effects. But look at the speed and strength of that Taoist Zhang Ro. Others might covet their techniques. But this one, perhaps, was truly only interested. Asterisk. 1 hour later. Qingchen Temple. Inside the Grand Hall, the old Taoists of the Yu generation stood up, welcoming Yu Hong and other Tao seed disciples as they crossed the threshold. Silence. The old Taoists approached but stopped a few meters away, scrutinizing them closely. Especially Yu Hong, they looked very intently. UMO, at the forefront, had a complex expression mixed with a trace of worry. Zhang Ro, did you really win head-on against Lin Shan and Yuan Ming? It was just luck. Yu Hong revealed an expression of lingering fear. At that time, my Taoist magic techniques had run out of options, utterly defeated. I had no choice but to take a different path and rush forward to deliver a fierce punch while they were unobservant. I didn't expect it to work. He shook his head. Thinking back, there was a lot of luck involved. That punch was the peak performance of all my punches. Irreproducible. It really felt like heaven and earth were helping me. Behind him, Zhang Ming, Zhang Ying, and others had strange expressions on their faces, internally marveling at how thick-skinned Yu Hong was to lie so blatantly in front of so many witnesses without batting an eye. They intended to clarify, but remembering Yu Hong's ferocious punch that blew up Lin Shan of the Mud Doll sect, their words retreated to the tip of their tongues. No matter the method or approach, you won. That's the result. UMO shook his head, not addressing those so-called excuses. That's true. Yu Hong quickly nodded. Sigh. What level has your Tao practice reached now? UMO asked again. I am condensing the 7th layer horror shadow, Yu Hong confessed. The 7th layer. The surrounding disciples and the old Taoists of the Yu generation all gasped. It hadn't been long, but he was already starting to challenge the boundary of the absolute boundary. Success in cultivating the 7th layer meant crossing the absolute boundary, with spiritual power undergoing a fundamental transformation, becoming a temple master level master. This marked the entry into mastery, the threshold to becoming a true expert. Chapter 329. Moreover, Does your Tao artifact have the effect of strengthening the body? Umo asked again. Yes, the strengthening extent is considerable. I am also lucky to have this advantage. Yu Hong lied with eyes wide open. In fact, the power of Chang'e was far beyond this. But he neither wanted to nor was willing to fully input Tao breath to support Guang Han. In other words, Chang'e had always been relying on the power of the Tao artifact itself to fight. The inputted Tao breath was only enough to get started. To be able to fight like this was already quite impressive, truly worthy of a profound-level Tao artifact. Good, good. Umo said the word, good, twice consecutively. From Yu Hong's attitude, they could see that he still acknowledged himself as a disciple of Qingchen Temple. Even if his strength surpassed these old folks, he was still not arrogant. Slap. Master Yu Hen clapped his hands. With Zhengrou's strength, he now surpasses everyone in our sect. In this case, would it be okay for us to squeeze out another heart-changing pill to aid him? He asked. He looked towards the group of old Taoists. A heart-changing pill could forcibly help someone break through a level, but it can only be taken once every 2 years and is ineffective on the 9th layer. Yu Hong had one before, and now to have another meant that in 4 years, he would reach the 8th level of Taoist skills and start cultivating the 9th layer. If Zhengrou can stabilize smoothly, in 4 years, he will achieve the highest Taoist skills of Qingchen Temple. Master Yu Hen said solemnly. But forcibly elevated Taoist realm can easily regress. We used it because we had reached that stage before. Umo argued. This is exactly what I want. With Zhengrou's talent, let him experience a higher level of Taoist realm first. Then breaking through should be much easier, Master Yu Hen earnestly said. Additionally, he looked to the other old Taoists. How about we give him a spot at the 5 Spirit Spring? Suddenly, the old Taoists fell silent. The 5 Spirit Spring accumulates enough for one person's use every 10 years. It's the greatest foundation of Qingchen Temple. Soaking in the 5 Spirit Spring allows a magician's physique and spirit to greatly improve, primarily in terms of techniques. After soaking in the 5 Spirit Spring, a magician cultivating the Guanwu skill will gain a special innate ability when releasing magic. This ability allows a magician to summon multiple fear shadows at the same time. As long as there is sufficient Tao breath, the magician can repeatedly summon up to 10 strongest fear shadows, as long as they can withstand the consumption. Seconds later. Agreed. Umo was the first to speak. Agreed. Okay. Voices continuously arose. All old Taoists of the Yu generation were firm in their resolve, determined at all costs to push Zhengrou to the greatest heights ever in the history of Qingchen Temple. Asterisk. 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 Under the night sky, in front of Yu Hong's small courtyard, several blurry figures quietly gathered here. The leader was none other than Chang Shu, who had just rushed over from the hospital. Exchanging traditional techniques for secret technique without side effects, such a trade has far exceeded Chang Shu's expectations in terms of allure to ordinary loose cultivators. She glanced behind at the dozen people who had arrived overnight, feeling inexplicably emotional. It was me who misjudged. For us, who are considered experts among loose cultivators, the attraction of traditional technique cultivation is strong, but it's not enough to make us blindly give up everything. But for them, their grasp of techniques is inferior to mine. If they could also exchange for traditional technique cultivation, it indeed represents a tremendous opportunity. Chang Shu sighed and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Before long, light footsteps approached, followed by the turning of the door lock. Click. The door opened. Yu Hong's face, wearing a smile, appeared before everyone. Thanks for waiting for so long. Welcome everyone. Please come in first. He moved aside to open a pathway, gesturing inside. The courtyard was large. After Qingchen Temple had purchased this property, they expanded the yard a second time. Together with Chang Shu, a total of 16 people entered the yard successively, with the last person closing the door. Today, since everyone has come here, it means you are somewhat prepared for our transaction, he said, smiling and clapping his hands. To be clear, I don't have many techniques to offer, but the effects will definitely satisfy everyone. Brother Zhengrou, with so many of us here, Are you sure you can guarantee all of us will be satisfied? Aren't you being a bit too confident? A bald, muscular man wearing sunglasses among the crowd spoke up. Wearing sunglasses at night, it was unclear if he was blind or had some other special reason. If I dare to say this, I naturally have confidence, Yu Hong replied with a smile. In fact, I believe everyone has guessed that before joining Qingchen Temple, I, Zhang was not just some ignorant person. I have also cultivated for many years. He took the initiative to throw the statement out to gain everyone's trust. Indeed, as soon as these words came out, everyone present began to feel somewhat restless. We want to exchange not for the personal techniques you cultivated, but for the techniques collected by Qingchen Temple. Another woman with short hair spoke sternly. I can guarantee there are no side effects, of course. If you completely distrust me, then let's forget it, Yu Hong replied nonchalantly. Everyone fell silent. Then Chang Shu spoke up. Can you tell us what kind of techniques are available for trade? Yu Hong raised his hand. His fingertips lit up with a white light tinged with silver. Of course, that's possible. A moment later, one by one, the people left the yard, each with an exaggerated expression of ecstatic joy. Chang Shu was the last to leave. Unable to resist, she turned back to glance at Yu Hong. He had walked her to the door and stood in the shade of the streetlight, his face obscured, unmoving by the door's side. Such techniques! To think they could perfectly mend each person's unique flaws. Chang Shu thought, still incredulous. But the price? Chang Shu mulled over the conditions Yu Hong had just mentioned. The techniques could be shared for cultivation, but a corresponding price must be paid. The so-called price was actually joining an alliance. Yu Hong was forming the Mutual Assistance Alliance. No superior or inferior, just mutual connection, mutual trust, mutual assistance in times of adversity. That was the exact wording Yu Hong had used. Of course, no one would be naive enough to truly believe these words. Just, what is his purpose? Chang Shu couldn't comprehend. The conditions for the trade, is it just this simple? Joining this so-called Mutual Assistance Alliance verbally and obtaining such incredibly effective special techniques? She didn't know what Yu Hong really intended to do, nor what he could use to bind everyone. As a member of the Wild Mages, she well knew what these people were like. Among them, there were undoubtedly some good ones, but the majority were those who couldn't control their desires, neutrally evil who have misused their magic. Facing such a group, she didn't believe mere verbal commitment would be effective. Turning back, Chang Shu boarded her car with doubts. How did it go? Red Snake and Headless Sword had been waiting inside. It went well, unervingly well. Chang Shu shook her head. What's with that expression then? Asked Red Snake in surprise. Because it's too generous. Chang Shu extended her finger, and a white light tinged with silver, a special force, suddenly lit up at her fingertip. That force, visible only to magicians, moved like a living thing, continuously swirling around her fingertip. This is the special technique he traded to us, Fluid Spirit Light. What's its use? Red Snake's gaze instantly fixed on it. Its function is to automatically compensate for our various flaws. For example, what I wanted to mend was the deficiency in physical strength and power. So this Fluid Spirit Light I cultivated is constantly attached to my body, enhancing my physical strength, explained Chang Shu. How much does it enhance? Headless Sword's interest was piqued. Significantly, Chang Shu said gravely, I estimate that now, purely in terms of strength, I am at least 70% stronger than before. So exaggerated? Headless Sword's eyes widened. You just got the technique. How? Yes, just got it, and I already cultivated it, and the enhancement is so substantial. Are there such easy-to-master peerless techniques in this world? Chang Shu also asked herself. Did you ask him? Red Snake asked seriously. I did, he responded by saying, this is the real purpose of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Because this Fluid Spirit Light essentially is cultivated by all of us practicing this light together. Every so often, we gather, and the spirit lights will automatically interact, mutually balancing and strengthening each other. The more people cultivating it, the stronger the spirit light becomes. This, Red Snake and Headless Sword were instantly tempted. Are you sure there's no side effect? Red Snake asked again. I've checked thoroughly. The spirit light not only does no harm to my body, but it also constantly nourishes it. My essence chi is much stronger than before. Chang Shu shook her head. Then what are we waiting for? Red Snake burst out, pushing open the car door. Headless Sword sat in silence. I don't believe there is such a cost-free magic in this world. Actually, there is another price, Chang Shu suddenly said. Tell me. Headless Sword looked at her intently. That is, Yu Hong said that actually, this spirit light grows differently on each person. The Mutual Assistance Alliance is unjust for those talented individuals who grow faster, forcing them to evenly distribute their gains to others at intervals. Chang Shu relayed Yu Hong's original words. How is that a price? Headless Sword scoffed. If the talented do not help others, would they grow faster than others? Everyone exchanging and sharing knowledge together, compared to one person cultivating alone, will naturally have an advantage. I thought so too, Chang Shu nodded. After a silence, Headless Sword also stepped out of the car. However it is, even if we don't want this spirit light, just this Mutual Assistance Alliance alone is a natural good opportunity. With the spirit light technique as a tie, gathering a group of magicians regularly, wasn't this naturally a magician's alliance? Moreover, for the wild mages who managed to come here, many of them are already desperate, daring to accept such harsh employment conditions, daring to risk their lives. What's a possibly hidden cost considered? Let's do it. Headless Sword stepped out of the car, quickly catching up to Red Snake, heading towards Yu Hong's courtyard. Chapter 330. 1 hour later, Yu Hong closed the courtyard gate, sending off the last wild mage who had come to visit. The emergence of the Mutual Assistance Alliance was a stroke of his genius. The power of the magic wielded by these wild mages was not weak, and those who came to visit were all aging magicians on the cusp of rapid decline, facing the dilemma of their bodies quickly deteriorating and completely losing their ability to cast spells. At this age, which magician didn't have enemies from past grudges? Once they lost control of their magic, their future lives were bound to be very difficult. This also led to wild mages acting extremely ruthlessly, often cutting the weeds and digging up the roots, merciless and heavy-handed. Many of them weren't inherently bad, but they dared not show mercy. And facing such a group on the brink of the end, Yu Hong's spirit light offered them a glimmer of hope. The spirit light of the Tai Ling skill could not only be bestowed upon others, but could also slowly absorb their life force and spiritual power from their bodies to mend their deficiencies. He passed on the spirit light to these people, then separated out a small part of the Tai Ling skill that was only about cultivating and strengthening the spirit light. His aim was to selflessly assist others, help everyone, help this world. It was definitely not to cultivate the spirit light for his own enlargement, because these wild mages were like fragile porcelain vases on the verge of shattering, covered in cracks. The spirit light was akin to first mending the cracks, then slowly absorbing a bit of water from inside the vase as a price. As long as they did not leave the alliance, did not commit malicious deeds, Yu Hong would not withdraw the spirit light. As long as he did not completely take back the spirit light, no harm would come to them. The alliance could thus continue to thrive and grow rapidly. In this way, when needed, everyone can have a bright future, and the whole world can have a stronger power of self-preservation. Yu Hong sighed softly. The wild mages with their deficiencies mended were actually not much different from orthodox magicians anymore, the only difference probably lying in the possession of inheritance Dao artifacts and the accumulation of a large number of resources. Turning around, he lifted his foot intending to return to the inner room to rest. Suddenly, his steps paused, and he turned his head towards a shadowy corner of the right side of the courtyard. Who's there? From the shadow, a tall figure quietly emerged, walked into the light, and stood still. It was none other than the elderly man wearing the Phoenix Silver mask that he had seen in Five-Star Town before. The dark gold armor on his hands was gone, exposing his skinny, wrinkled hands that hung by his sides. Truly selfless indeed, sharing your powerful magic with so many people, rescuing them in their time of crisis, while you only give without expecting any return. The old man remarked with a concealed hint of sarcasm in his tone. You saw all that? Yu Hong was surprised by the other's ability to conceal himself, gaining more insight into the powerful magicians of this world. To be exact, he also gained a new understanding of his own shortcomings and deficiencies. It was necessary to make up for the weakness in his perception. I saw it, that exquisite fluid spirit light, very impressive. The old man nodded. He watched Yu Hong, the burly young man who now stood backlit, his face obscured by shadows, unclear. But I don't believe you are so selfless. I naturally have my own goals, but I can assure you, everything I do is with a clear conscience, Yu Hong said firmly. Never mind what you want to do, killing Lin Shan and Yuan Ming. The Mud Doll sect paid a great price to hire me to take care of you once and for all. Do you have any last words? The old man said calmly. Do you know this place is being monitored and protected all the time?
Yuong Kuntered.
I know, but it's meaningless to me, the old man said indifferently. In their eyes at this moment, what they see of me is just a shadow, nothing more.
A hypnosis technique.
Yu Hong's eyes went cold. Who the hell are you? What does it matter who I am once you know? The old man replied. No. It's just that I feel better asking clearly before I strike you down. Whoosh! In a flash, Yu Hong's figure instantly traversed more than 10 meters, appearing beside the old man. A punch. Boom! The fist produced a sharp whooshing sound as it cut through the air. But it hit nothing. The old man's figure shattered like a bubble. At the same time, a black spike suddenly rose from the ground, aiming for Yu Hong's foot. Bang! The spike was crushed underfoot, turning into countless illusory fragments of shadow. Shadow viewing. The old man's voice quietly sounded. In an instant, the air throughout the yard stirred up, twisting and blurring as if a giant mass of transparent gel had completely filled every corner of the yard. Missing with his first strike, Yu Hong's expression remained unchanged as he rapidly retreated, dodging the attack, and his figure flashed like lightning over the high walls of the courtyard, disappearing into the streets of the night. At the same time, a gloomy shadow followed him, leaping over the wall, closely pursuing him, disappearing at the end of the street. This was the old man's unique way of moving. The whistling sound of the wind continuously buzzed in his ears as Yu Hong moved at high speed, breaking out of Taizhou City in no time, entering the desolate highway lined with palm trees. This way, he suddenly made a turn and dashed rapidly toward the seaside on the right. Passing through the palm trees on the black sandy beach at night, another old man wearing the phoenix silver mask was slowly getting up, looking this way. Impressive? The old man said softly as he clapped. You realized right away that the body of mine over there was just a construct of magic, and then you directly chased after the real body based on the sensation. Thump. His body was once again dispersed by a punch, turning into a shadow, reassembling a dozen meters away. Then another punch. The newly reassembled body was once again caught up to Bai Yu Hong and directly dispersed. Bang! 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 Time and time again, the old man's body was continuously dismantled and reassembled, as if he was not a living person and took no damage whatsoever. Finally, with a whoosh, Yu Hong came to a stop, standing on the beach, quietly observing the old man taking shape again. What kind of magic is this? He asked, frowning. Undying triple body. The old man answered, his voice calm and serious. There was silence. And you, what kind of movement technique is that? The old man also asked. Thunderbolt leg. Yu Hong replied with equal seriousness. For a moment, neither of them moved. Yu Hong was subdued by the opponent's continuously condensing magic. The old man was frightened by Yu Hong's physique, which allowed him to strike so many times at such speed. With such speed, fortunately, he had not truly taken action in Five-Star Town. Otherwise, back then, without using Undying Triple Body, he would probably have been blown into severe injuries in an instant. Both sides developed a deep wariness of the other. With your strength, why would you stoop to stay in the mere Qingchen Temple? Why not directly join the Seven Evil Alliance? I can recommend you for the position of Dark Sky Master. Only the Alliance Hierarch and the Seven Evils stand above you, and the rest of us interact as equals. How about that? The old man persuaded. What is your identity? With your level of strength as a magician, what is your status in the Seven Evil Alliance?
Yuong Kuntered.
I am the Dark Sky Master. Currently, there are 3 Dark Sky Masters in the Alliance, and I, Qing Huang, am one of them. The old man stated indifferently. Did you create the Yin Qi Sky Pillar? Yu Hong asked again.
Hehe.
That was the Alliance Hierarch's doing. The Alliance Hierarch has a deep enmity with the Orthodox Taoist sects, well aware that the world order has long been rigid, with incapable beings dwelling in high positions, cruelly destroying and suppressing the capable ones below. To achieve fairness, the only way is to disrupt everything, reshape the world, and then we can have clear skies. Qing Huang said solemnly. I don't care about that. All I care about is that you unleashed the Yin Qi Sky Pillar, and that's enough. Yu Hong's eyes darkened. The black disaster descended, causing countless deaths. It was not merely a trampling of order but an indiscriminate slaughter against all people. Those who dared to do such a thing had never cared for the world's most numerous innocent people. And he, Yu Hong, was once such an innocent person, struggling desperately in the midst of the black disaster. Wait, think about it carefully. The upper echelons of the Taoist sects are extremely rigid. Even if you have talent, have the ability, you will never receive the same treatment you get at Qingchen Temple. They will do everything they can to suppress you, exploit you, making you like a dog, continually paying the price for them. It's okay. Yu Hong stepped forward. When the time comes, I'll just kill them. Swoosh. He suddenly surged forward, closing in on Qing Huang's side. For the first time, his right fist was covered with shimmering white inner qi. Boom! He swung his fist. The air was blasted away, forming a circle of white ripples. Qing Huang's figure shattered and dissipated again. It's useless. No matter how you disperse it, it has no impact on my true body. Qing Huang's voice was deep, but before his voice fell, he suddenly saw Yu Hong rushing to the left. Not to his newly condensed body, but to an unrelated empty space on another part of the beach. Form a circle. Qing Huang's expression drastically changed, quickly forming hand seals. Invisibly, a massive and sharp transparent spiritual fluctuation, like a long spear, shot through the air in an instant, flying from behind toward Yu Hong. The over 10-meter-long spiritual power spear crossed tens of meters in the blink of an eye, reaching Yu Hong's back of the head. This pure spiritual technique, with its incredibly fast speed, far exceeded special techniques that condensed external forces. Aside from having no effect on material reality, such techniques are very effective against living beings. This was Qing Huang's fatal weakness. He primarily cultivated spiritual techniques and couldn't affect material reality. That is to say, once his true body was found, even an ordinary fruit knife, in the hands of an ordinary person, could kill him with a single cut. That's why he used all sorts of techniques to conceal and hide himself. But at this moment, somehow, Yu Hong had managed to find the place where his real body was hiding. The spiritual power spear collided with Yu Hong in the blink of an eye. But at that moment, the spear's tip seemed to encounter some tough barrier and was blocked by a thin layer of shimmering white light. At first glance, the light was white, but on closer inspection, the thicker parts appeared silver. That was spirit light. Crack. The spear's tip exploded with terrifying spiritual power, a consciousness far stronger than Yu Hong's penetrating the spirit light and continuing inward. But beneath the spirit light, a new layer of silver blue light emerged automatically. This layer of silver blue light was like a net, perfectly covering the whole back of his head. Bang! The spear's tip collided with the silver blue light, forcefully stabbing it inward. But just then, the spear stopped abruptly, completely still, hanging in mid-air. Yu Hong stopped as well. He was crouched on the sand, his right hand gripping the neck of a gaunt, masked old man. With just a little force, he could break the other party's neck. Looks like I was quicker. Yu Hong's breath was calm, as if the outburst had just now not cost him anything at all. You! Qing Huang breathed heavily, his eyes under the mask staring intensely at him. Your true body is pitifully weak, so you've put a lot of effort into studying concealment and hypnotism, haven't you? Yu Hong didn't kill him right away but continued to speak. I can give you the techniques I have mastered, but these are taboos. Once you learn them, you'll be labeled as a devil, Qing Huang said breathlessly. It doesn't matter. Power does not differentiate between right and wrong. Only the person using the power does. Yu Hong said earnestly. And I am that right? Good. I agree to this, Qing Huang quickly said, his face twitching. Additionally, as compensation, I can help you complete your biggest weakness. Yu Hong said in a low voice. Do you want a physical body as powerful as mine? His words at that moment were like the temptation of a devil, causing Qing Huang to momentarily forget the threat of death, his heart beating rapidly. Chapter 331. More than 10 minutes later, Yu Hong returned alone from the beachside. There was no sign of combat on his body, not only because the previous fight ended too quickly, but also because afterwards there was no need to fight anymore. A thin booklet was pinched in his hands, with the words Heavy Image Skill written on the cover. This was the special technique given by the old Taoist Qing Huang, a skill that supposedly could only be activated with his unique Taoist skills. But Yu Hong didn't care and took it anyway. He planned to use the black mark to strengthen and modify it, perhaps turning it into a type he could use. Shortly after Yu Hong left, a figure donning a phoenix mask also quickly emerged on the beach, swiftly moving toward another direction, and soon got into a passing sedan, disappearing on the highway. Inside the car, Qing Huang exhaled deeply, trying his best to relax from the recent oppressive feelings. Head back to headquarters now. No more staying in Taizhou, he instructed. The driver's hand trembled slightly. Teacher, haven't the arrangements in Taizhou been completed yet? The driver was a man in his 30s with a buzz cut, dull features, and ordinary looks, obviously in disguise. No need. Let the headquarters send someone else. There's too much trouble here and I'm overtaxed. Qing Huang recalled Yu Hong's exaggerated physique and the 2 layers of mysterious spiritual protection on him, and couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. His formidable multi-layered hypnosis technique had been seen through, and even his full-force spirit spear couldn't penetrate the other's defense. That was a bit too exaggerated. How old was he to have such formidable spiritual protective passive technique? The so-called passive technique was a special technique that remained active 24 hours, automatically initiating protection. It was one of the main categories of high-level techniques that only notable figures from various places would master. Such techniques were generally extremely complex and difficult to maintain, requiring a lot of resources and Tao breath. In his alliance, only those of the 7 fierce level mastered it, but Yu Hong. Could it be he's actually not some young man, but appears young and is in fact an old fellow of 70 or 80? Qing Huang's mind stirred. That's right. This would explain the current situation. He carefully sensed the changes in his body. The spirit light he had just obtained was like countless roots evenly spreading through every muscle and membrane. He tried moving his fingers, finding that his body, which was originally aging and weak, was now as vigorous and strong as during his youthful prime, full of energy and with extremely agile reactions. No, this state is even more exaggerated than when I was young. Qing Huang stretched out his hand, gently pinching the edge of a pair of dark gold armor placed inside the car. Applying force. Silently, the edge of the armor actually began to twist slowly, his pupils slightly contracted. He was astonished by his own strength at that moment. With such power, speed, and burst now I can use techniques I couldn't before and won't be as cautious in close combat as before. After testing his body's changes, his wariness of Yu Hong rose to a new level. Recalling that scene, the sea fish that had been imbued with spirit light and died after being drained. He sighed in his heart, not wanting to think further. Whether it's the Mutual Assistance Alliance or the Seven Evil Alliance, where isn't life just life? The victor becomes king, the defeated and outlaw, that's all. Of course, now the most important thing was his greatest weakness had been compensated for, and next, some accounts needed to be settled properly. Thinking this, a hint of ferocity flashed in Qing Huang's eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After the battle at Five-Star Town, the Mud Doll sect's greatest force was utterly crushed. All the followers in Taizhou were completely scattered, losing their leader. In the days that followed, multiple raiding and arresting operations were organized by the officials, quickly eliminating the hidden threats from the cultists in the urban area. As for Yu Hong, because of the renown gained from the battle, his fame quickly spread among the circles of magicians. Visitors to Qingchen Temple broke through the previous years of coldness, becoming more and more frequent. Every day brought magicians from different places coming to visit. On the surface, these magicians were just coming to see what kind of talent Qingchen Temple's true gentle nature was that could become the strongest of a sect at such a young age. But in reality, nearly all of them were there because of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Magicians covertly joining the Mutual Assistance Alliance in just over 10 days broke through into the hundreds. A large amount of spirit light was separated out and bestowed upon these new magicians. Similarly, the intensity of the spirit light also began to grow stronger and more exaggerated. At night, in a desolate factory on the outskirts, many magicians of the Mutual Assistance Alliance were holding their first official meeting at this moment to exchange spirit light. The door was left open, with people clothed in black cloths, wearing hats and black masks constantly entering. Occasionally, someone with a distinctive physique who couldn't hide would simply walk in openly, stand against the wall, and wait for the start. Some were not so quiet, recognizing an enemy among them, and verbal confrontations began, with conflict likely to break out at any moment. But no one dared to actually start a fight. At the beginning, when there were not many people here, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed, but now, in a corner, Red Snake, Headless Sword, and Cheng Shu, all dressed in black robes in a Halloween ghost-like fashion, wore pale ghostly plastic masks on their faces, observing the surroundings. "There are too many people," Cheng Shu said softly. "I didn't expect that in such a short time so many people would gather." Her eyes were solemn, and her mood was somewhat heavy. What exactly does Zheng Ro want to do? Even if it's called the Mutual Assistance Alliance, being able to gather so many magicians with just a word, that's already a considerable force. "Do you think all these people are convinced by him?" Headless Sword said. "Just because so many people have gathered doesn't mean everyone will listen to him. The power of spirit light has been felt by everyone recently. It enhances speed, physique, strength, recovery, defense, a tailor-made, comprehensive enhancement to the body." He paused, looking around. "If I'm not wrong, there are definitely people here aiming to get the spell for fusing with spirit light from Zheng Ro. No one wants to be controlled by others, and if one can obtain the fusion technique, they could raise an army just as large. Once the greed of humans arises, it won't easily subside." "Old Xia is right," Red Snake nodded. "Although we are wearing masks, I've already seen several familiar faces, and it seems like they've brought weapons, ready to strike unexpectedly." "Guns?" Cheng Shu exclaimed in shock. "We must notify Zheng Ro at once." "Do you really think that someone daring enough to create such an event like Zheng Ro, the Taoist, wouldn't have already considered this?" Headless Sword retorted. "That's indeed no ordinary person." Red Snake nodded, about to say more, but she was interrupted by the sudden silence around them. She quickly looked up towards the entrance. In the warehouse lit by bright yellow light, hundreds of magicians turned to look at the entrance all at the same time. At that moment, at the threshold, a tall and robust male figure slowly stepped over and entered. The man looked up, revealing a calm and mild young face, not particularly handsome, but not unsightly either. Neither sharp nor timid, he faced the hundreds of magicians as if facing hundreds of wildflowers swaying in the breeze, relaxed and carefree. This man was none other than Zheng Ro, the Taoist Yu Hong, who had just arrived from his residence. After entering, Yu Hong closed the door behind him with a click and locked it. It seems everyone has arrived, he said with a smile. No one is missing, which I find comforting. Everyone's focus on spirit light shows that each of you has tasted its sweetness and experienced its power. Zheng Ro, the Taoist, none of us are simple folks. Let's be forthright. You spreading spirit light to so many people must have a purpose. Since everyone's here today, why not make it clear? Said a middle-aged man with a fierce face and only one ear, standing up. He was one of the few magicians who hadn't concealed himself. May I ask who you are? Yu Hong looked at him. Shui Zhao Jinyan, the man said, bowing his hands slightly and replying loudly. Shui? That's an interesting name, Yu Hong smiled. As for the purpose, I've already mentioned it. To create an alliance that can enhance spirit light rapidly and benefit everyone who joins, myself included, of course. Since it's a mutual assistance alliance, why are you the only one who can master the magic skill of fusing with spirit light? Why not share it for everyone to evaluate, see who's more qualified to master it, and also help the alliance develop faster? What do you think about this, Brother Zheng Ro? Shui raised his eyebrows and said, That's an excellent idea. Yu Hong clapped his hands and laughed. I wonder, who else here would like to master this magic skill? Please, come forward. The warehouse went quiet for a moment. The crowd dispersed, leaving an open space. I will. A woman with long braids flipped over from a discarded shipping container and entered the open space. I am Mao Rong, the Wind Seeker. Her eyes were fierce as she looked at Yu Hong. A stir went through the crowd at the sound of her name. An A-level fugitive. There's trouble. Chang Shu didn't recognize the person, but the name she had heard of. This Mao Rong had previously murdered 3 families to seize a 1,000-year-old secret medicine, exterminating over 20 people. After fleeing for over a year under official reward, she had surfaced here. She had anticipated that spirit light might attract danger and trouble, but had not expected it to happen so soon. Not only her, all the magicians who weren't too preoccupied with deep thoughts, ambition, or greed, now all turned their attention to Yu Hong, watching how he would handle this danger. Though his victory over the Mud Doll sect had established Yu Hong's reputation as the top expert in Taizhou, Taizhou was only one city, and in the context of hundreds of cities nationwide, it was too insignificant. Now with Mao Rong stepping forward, if Yu Hong couldn't handle it, the entire mutual assistance alliance would fall into chaos. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Yu Hong. Anyone else? Yu Hong said softly, looking around. No one responded, clearly all wanting to see Mao Rong as the test case and what the consequences would be. Then let me deal with you first. He smiled slightly and stretched out his hand, gesturing toward Mao Rong. Are you going to make a move? Mao Rong's expression darkened as she too prepared her seal. Hiss! In an instant, before she could even activate her seal, her body convulsed violently. Strands of white spirit light with silver threads shot out from her mouth and nostrils, swiftly turning into a beam, bypassing the crowd, and landing in the palm of Yu Hong. During the slight hissing sound, the expelled spirit light continued for more than 10 seconds before it finally stopped. After it ceased, Mao Rong's body, which had been full of life and vigor, now turned into a blackened, dried-up mummy. Chapter 332. Thump. Mao Rong's corpse fell to the ground, lifeless. And in the entire warehouse, over 100 magicians were stunned at this moment. Countless gazes converged on the mummified body, a mixture of horror, fear, shock, disbelief, and other emotions, filling this small warehouse at this instant. Everyone's breathing came to a halt as they looked at the corpse on the ground, then remembered the previous spirit light. The connection was so obvious that no one could fail to realize it. Spirit light actually concealed such an evil backdoor. Their life and death had always been in the palm of Zheng Ro's hands. Just a simple action like that could reduce someone to a mummified corpse instantly. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Someone had fired, but the bullet hit the metal wall beside Yu Hong, making a crisp sound. Similarly, another white spirit light shot out from the crowd, converging into Yu Hong's hand. He wore a smile, calmly absorbing the second spirit light, then withdrew his hand, looking at the utterly quiet crowd. "It seems that I am still one step ahead," he said with a smile. "Don't you think?" After a long while, Chang Shu, who was equally stunned, looked around at the pale-faced magicians and took the initiative to step forward. "Zheng Ro, what exactly do you want to do?" "Spreading the spirit light over such a large area. Once it spreads, the Taoist sect and the officials will hunt you down with full force." She was completely baffled. "They have no time to care about me." Yu Hong shook his head. "Moreover, what I am doing is preparing everyone." He spread his arms. "A massive natural disaster is coming. Whether it's the Taoist sect or the officials, they will soon be overwhelmed and have no strength to worry about these small matters. And I just want to gather a portion of everyone's power in the future catastrophe." He looked at the crowd. Nobody dared to speak again. Many were still immersed in the information that one would die if their spirit light was withdrawn, and their hearts were filled with immense panic. "Don't worry, as long as you don't actively oppose me, I will not withdraw your spirit light. And now, the purpose of our gathering here is not to scare everyone, but to merge everyone's spirit light, enhancing the power of all. Right?" Without further ado, he raised his right hand high. The Tai Ling skill was rapidly activated. Hiss! Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, invisible transparent light threads flew out from everyone's body. Each thread eventually converged into Yu Hong's palm, continuously drilling into his body. Instantly, a surge of refreshing sensation flooded into Yu Hong's heart. He could clearly see and sense the inner strength of his Tai Ling skill growing rapidly stronger and thicker in his body. The 9 layers of the Tai Ling skill were still named after the Taiyuan True method. After all, this cultivation technique was essentially based on the Taiyuan True method, supplemented and modified with other techniques. At this moment, Yu Hong's originally cultivated 3rd layer Blue Sun was also met with a surge of spirit light, impacting and merging with it. The cluster of inner strength carrying the aura of the ultimate sun began to grow rapidly. Seconds later, a pale blue illusory sun slowly emerged in front of Yu Hong. Then, the phantom sun quickly disappeared, replaced by a dim yellowish-red halo that completely enveloped Yu Hong. Another few seconds later, the halo dissipated. Yu Hong collected his hand with a refreshed expression as the special transformation of the Tai Ling skill 4th layer Dusk automatically emerged in his mind. Yes, the Tai Ling skill, which was supposed to take several more months to break through, had, under the integration of a large amount of spirit light, achieved a breakthrough, starting the cultivation of the 4th layer Dusk. Complex enhancements started to take place inside Yu Hong. As soon as the Tai Ling skill's inner strength broke through, it began a new round of transformation for him from the root. A hint of icy chill wafted lightly from Yu Hong's body. The ultimate goal of this cultivation technique was to completely merge oneself with the ultimate sun, becoming its sole will. Therefore, each breakthrough of the cultivation technique meant that Yu Hong's body was gradually being reformed to adapt to the extreme environment within the ultimate sun. The icy chill caused the other magicians standing beside him to retreat one after another. Some sharp-eyed ones even saw the frost slowly condensing under Yu Hong's feet, just as they worried that losing their spirit light might turn them into mummified corpses. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dense spirit light threads shot out from Yu Hong again, returning to each magician. Seconds later, the spirit light vanished. The abnormalities on Yu Hong disappeared as well. Everyone's expression changed dramatically, sensing new changes within their bodies. Chang Shu, Red Snake, and Headless Sword felt the same. A layer of pearly white spirit light naturally emerged from them, protecting every part of their bodies like clothes-fitting armor. "I feel like the amplification of the spirit light has become much stronger," Red Snake exclaimed in shock. "This magic is too wicked," Headless Sword said with a deep voice. "But we're already on board. I thought, how could there be such a great deal in the world to get so many benefits for such a small price and risk? Now it's normal." Red Snake seemed to have figured it out. "Aren't you afraid?" Chang Shu looked towards her. "What's there to fear? At any rate, I wouldn't live more than a few years even under normal circumstances. So I might as well take a gamble with this person. Red Snake whispered. She moved her fingers, feeling the amplification brought by the spirit light, and a joyous smile appeared on her face. My injuries have been completely suppressed. She had previously sustained serious internal injuries to her body while practicing magic, and her organs could fail at any moment. That's why she chose to join the officials and become an official magician, so she could use the official resources to prolong her life. But now, things were different. Previously, the spirit light could only alleviate her internal injuries, but this time, it actually completely suppressed the internal injuries, almost making her feel as if there were no issues at all. Not just her. Chang Shu also felt the change. The newly returned spirit light was significantly stronger. Not only could it automatically form a protective layer around the body, but the amplified strength had also increased by at least half. Previously, she could only use her own magic techniques consecutively 5 times before her organs would be injured, and she would have to stop. After obtaining the spirit light the last time, she had tested and found that she could use her magic continuously more than 10 times. And now, after the enhancement of the spirit light, perhaps when I release magic techniques in the future, I won't get injured anymore. Having reached this conclusion, Chang Shu's expression was one of shock. She knew very well what this meant for wild mages. Not just her, but the other wild mages of the Mutual Assistance Alliance also showed signs of astonishment. No side effects meant that they and the magicians from the Orthodox sects were now on the same starting line. They would not be inferior to the sect magicians from now on. It seems everyone has felt the benefits of the spirit light. Please rest assured, as long as we all work together, the spirit light can become stronger and stronger, until finally, we can create a better tomorrow, Yu Hong sincerely and loudly said. No one dared to refute. Those who dared to speak up were already dead. They lay on the ground, turning into mummies. I also understand that everyone is worried about me extracting your spirit light, bringing danger. But here, I can assure everyone that as long as you don't do anything that goes against heaven and harms reason, I, Yu Hong, will never lightly use such magic. After all, everyone present here is a part of strengthening the spirit light, and each person can contribute their part, Yu Hong loudly said. Seeing that still nobody responded, he exhaled, and his tone changed. Of course, I'm not so selfless. I founded the Mutual Assistance Alliance also for my own personal reasons. The moment these words came out, the crowd inexplicably felt a relief in their hearts. It's better that he has his own agenda. Everyone was afraid of the constant noble excuses, without knowing what he really wanted to do. Yu Hong keenly sensed this change in the air. My personal desire is to borrow everyone's strength to build a powerful alliance that doesn't fear anyone, and that no force can interfere with or obstruct. I have said that a disaster is imminent, and only the power of unity can stop everything, protect everything. Additionally, I was once a member of the Wild Mages, deeply suffering from the constraints of the sect's Taoist skills. Hence, establishing this alliance, I also hope to unite everyone's strength to gather and obtain top-tier Taoist magic techniques, thereby establishing our own Taoist sect. After Yu Hong shared his thoughts, the magicians in the warehouse began to relax. Several magicians with ideas in mind gradually stood up, querying Yu Hong on the implementation details of this goal. Yu Hong also answered each question seriously. The atmosphere of the alliance gradually became friendlier. More and more magicians stood up daring to ask questions. Until an hour later, the Mutual Assistance Alliance finally completed its initial framework. With Yu Hong as the alliance hierarch and Chang Shu as the assistant, the strongest 2 magicians were unanimously selected as liaisons and messengers. Everyone exchanged contact details and agreed to continue developing new members offline. The more members, the better. This was Yu Hong's policy, as well as the direction for the Mutual Assistance Alliance's future expansion and development. Asterisk. Ancestor Court, Yunshu Mountain, Taoist Sect Headquarters. Inside the resplendent Great Hall. During the deep night, A gaunt figure quietly leaned against the side of the door, apparently waiting for something. The figure's face was hidden in the shadows, unrecognizable. Only the purple jade bead bracelet on the right wrist glinting under the moonlight. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the figure lifted its head slightly, looking towards the outer right side of the hall. There on the ground, at some unknown time, a red figure appeared floating in midair. "Why so late today?" the figure asked in a deep voice. "Something held me up, my apologies." The red figure quickly replied. "How is the situation at Zai Palace?" the figure asked. "Everything is proceeding smoothly here. The basic layout has been completed. Everything follows your instructions," the red figure answered. "Make sure not to leave any traces. Throw it all onto the Seven Evil Alliance. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Master notices, it will be troublesome when they start to investigate. Someone has already begun looking into the previous cases," the figure cautioned.
Any trazas.
"Any and all. Everyone involved in this matter must be taken care of," the figure said indifferently. "Understood. Then the next target is?" "Next is Lu Jinshuan from the Heavenly Master Mansion. Resolve him first. He might have noticed something from the last time when he cooperated with activating the Inchi Sky Pillar. Yes, I'll make arrangements right away." Chapter 333. Mid-November. Late autumn. Zai Palace. The vast Ziying Lake, shimmering with scales of light, was slowly coated with a layer of brilliant golden red under the sunlight. In the center of the lake, a wooden bridge runs through it. The bridge is narrow, its surface paved with black and white stones. In the middle, the ground is embedded with a 1-meter diameter Tai Chi diagram. At this time, in the Tai Chi diagram, a long-haired woman wearing a purple skirt is sitting on a small wooden stool under an umbrella, intently staring at the float on the lake surface. She holds a brown bamboo fishing rod, her beautiful and exquisite face filled with serenity and anticipation. Suddenly, her expression shifts, turning to look not far to the side. A handsome man in a purple Taoist robe is slowly approaching along the wooden bridge. The man has a tall posture, a square face, broad shoulders, and a wide body. His black hair falls like a waterfall behind him, and a small black mustache lingers on his lips. "Did you come back early today?" The woman withdrew her gaze, continuing to watch her float. "You're fishing for my purple gold carp again." The man showed a helpless expression, walked to her side, and stood still. "You didn't say I couldn't." The woman raised her eyebrows. "Sigh." The man helplessly closed his eyes, massaged one of his temples. Suddenly, he feels a faint fragrance approaching, followed by a cold finger gently massaging the other temple. He reached out and held that hand. "You're so cold, yet still sitting in the center of the lake. Be careful of catching a cold. Do I, your senior sister, still need your concern?" The hand forcefully withdrew and instead grabbed his. "Little junior brother, haven't seen you for a few days. Didn't trim your beard. Looking quite mature, huh?" The man opened his eyes, gazing at the beautiful face close to him. Couldn't help but stretch his hand around her waist. The woman did not struggle, just rolled her eyes at him and put aside the umbrella. "If I get tanned, you owe me. I'll apply sunscreen for you." The man smiled. "Still thinking of taking advantage?" the woman said, yet her body gently leaned into the man's embrace. "Kuchan, I've been thinking about a question these past few days." "What? Do you think we should have 2 or 3 kids in the future?" "You decide is fine. Such a big matter definitely needs discussion by both of us. I asked our parents, and they indeed hoped for more, wishing for prosperity." "Then let's have more, but won't too many affect your health? Let's have one first, see how it goes? If it's good, we can have more. I like lively." The woman pondered. "My dream when I was a child was to give birth to a national grand theater, where everyone can play my favorite music, sing the national anthem, sing together. That scene would surely be impressive." "Your hobby?" Kuchan's lips twitched, unable to imagine that scenario. "A national grand theater can seat tens of thousands of people. It seems I won't fulfill this dream in my lifetime." the woman said helplessly. Ku Chan smiled helplessly, lifted her delicate and fair chin. Their eyes met. How about we first have one and see? Here? Wait, Ku Chanyu. The woman's face changed, a flash of panic in her eyes. Spiritual technique. Heavenly river reversal. Swish. In an instant, centered around his body, a tremendous terrifying spiritual pressure spread and shook. Centered around the two, a large expanse of lake water was pulled up by an invisible force, forming a huge sphere around them. The sphere completely enveloped the two, the surface emitting a faint purple light, covering everything. The sound of rushing water completely covered the subtle noises inside. From a distance, atop the majestic purple-red Taoist palace, a woman in a white dress looked over here, shaking her head helplessly. Jin Ji is being reckless again. What's there to fear, since he and Inger have been engaged for a long time, planning to marry successfully next year, and it's about time to have children, and also respond to the national call for not delaying marriage and childbearing. Behind, the palace master of Zai Palace, Yu Qin, indifferently maintained her beloved Qin. The Guqin made from jade and paulownia wood, even under the sunlight, displayed a cool light blue hue. Speaking of which, Jinji has also worked hard recently. Just give them a vacation to rest well, Yu Qin softly said. There are many matters in the palace now. Can it be done? The woman in the white dress said in surprise. I'm here, no problem. Such a big Zai Palace can't always rely on Jinji to handle everything. We have so many disciples and elders. They can't just be idling. Yu Qin laughed. That's a good decision. The woman nodded. Speaking of which, Jinji's Taoist skills have already reached the highest realm. Taking another step forward, he could only break through the sex restrictions like the old heavenly masters and carve out his own path. I wonder how long this step will take for him. Yu Qin sighed. He's not even 30 yet, still very young, no rush. The woman comforted. Yes, at this age, indeed no need to hurry. The old heavenly masters were also in their 50s or 60s before they found their direction. Compared to them, my son is much stronger, Yu Qin said with a slight pride. Right, the Feixia sword went to Taizhou and came back injured. It seems that the situation in Taizhou is quite serious, the woman reminded. Yu Cheng has already gone to check. It was Qing Huang from the Seven Evil Alliance, who concealed Feixia's perception and then sniped from a distance with a sniper rifle. It was almost a goner, Yu Qin said gravely. The Seven Evil Alliance really is like a persistent ghost, lurking everywhere. Poor little Feixia encountering such great danger. The woman also expressed her discontent. We will properly compensate Feixia. Qing Huang. Seems like he is one of their self-proclaimed dark sky masters. Quite arrogant to name their leader and those so-called experts under the seven evils as heavenly masters. It's an insult to our two great heavenly masters of the Taoist sect. Yu Qin nodded. All right, let's not bother with these trifles. With two great heavenly masters backing us, even if the sky collapses, it won't be your turn to handle it. Let's think about how to distribute the responsibilities when the grandson comes out. Let me make it clear, I want to sleep with my grandson tonight. The woman changed the subject. Do you think I'm a fool? The cutest time for kids is exactly this stage. No way, Yu Qin decisively refused. Then name your terms. No terms will do. Then shall I invite Bai Yu to the palace for a discussion? Bai Yu. This, really? The Zai Palace master immediately thought of his own moonlight crush, hesitating. Seriously, you've been married to me for so many years, and you still can't forget that Bai Yu. The woman in the white dress immediately got furious and charged towards him. Wait, I was just thinking about what we are eating for dinner tonight. It's white fish tofu soup, right? Yu Qin quickly got up and ran. You still want to have Bai Yu tofu? You shameless. How old are you? Always looking at videos of beautiful women on your phone. Are you not embarrassed? At the top platform of Zai Palace, for a time, the painful cries of the palace master kept drifting out. The Taoists passing by below were used to this and went about their own business, considering this a natural phenomenon that occurred every so often at Zai Palace. Asterisk. 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 Taijo. Inside a separate courtyard of Qingchen Temple. Yu Hong and a group of elders gradually entered the courtyard's main gate, and then the last person closed it by hand. Everyone took their seats on the wooden chairs that were already set up in the yard. All the chairs were arranged around a black chair, forming a huge circle. In the middle of the circle on the ground, densely packed with scriptures and symbols. At this time, the sunlight was nearing midday. Since it was autumn, even at noon, the sunlight wasn't too strong. Only half of the elders were illuminated, bathing in the light. Snap. Yu Hong sat on the central chair. Everything is ready. Zhong Ro, this time we will assist you in taking the elixir to stabilize your breakthrough in the Taoist realm. Although using elixirs for breakthroughs makes it easy to fall back, with us old folks forming the array to help, we should substantially extend this time frame. Umo solemnly instructed Yu Hong. The disciple understands. Yu Hong nodded seriously. Understood, then adjust your state. Umo waved his hand, and immediately including himself, all the elders raised their hands at the same time, forming the same seal and chanting the true scriptures aloud. Yu Hong sat in the center, faintly feeling strands of not very strong but very resilient spiritual power. These strands of spiritual power, swirling around him like birds constantly circling. Time ticked away bit by bit. Approximately half an hour later, all the elders of the Yu generation paused at the same time, completely stopping their chanting. At that moment, hissing sounds, all the spiritual power birds suddenly pounced towards Yu Hong. They surged in succession, constantly rushing into Yu Hong's body. Within a few minutes, all the birds completely disappeared. Yu Hong sat alone, feeling the temporarily entered spiritual power birds swiftly dispersing inside his body. Get up quickly. Go inside and take the elixir. It must be taken within 10 minutes. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. Then immediately go into seclusion. Starting today, you retreat in deep meditation until your Taoist skills stabilize before coming out. Yu Hen loudly instructed. Yes. Yu Hong immediately got up and rushed towards the inside in a few steps. The door was already open. Yu Hong entered and immediately sat cross-legged on a cushion on the ground, then entered meditation. 2 minutes later, after regulating his breathing, he reached into his waist pouch and took out a black gourd-shaped small bottle. Upon opening the bottle cap, a strong fragrance of the medicine immediately burst out. Yu Hong immediately poured out a yellowish-brown pill and tossed it into his mouth. Instantly, a sweet taste of mandarin candy surged into his mouth and slid down his throat several times. This was the purpose of today taking the elixir. The heart-changing pill was one of the 2 major foundations of Qingchen Temple, now giving him 2 pills at once, aiming for him to break through his limits more quickly. Once the elixir was ingested, Yu Hong felt a scorching wave of heat, rushing up from his stomach violently. His entire body trembled slightly under this strong stimulus. In his ears, Yu Hong seemed to hear an inexplicable hissing sound, like a venomous snake, like something scraping on the ground, grating and continuously unbroken. Amid these sounds, his spiritual power at this moment was unconsciously skyrocketing rapidly. At the same time, the spiritual power fluctuations detected by the device he carried skyrocketed from 60-something to over 100. Simultaneously, the most dangerous aspect of Guanwu skill also followed. Chapter 334. Inside the quiet room. On the empty ground, behind Yu Hong, a massive and towering black mass of energy slowly began to condense. The mass, restricted by the height of the room's ceiling, unsuccessfully tried to form several times before shooting out the window at high speed. Before long, the mass found a desolate beach and crashed down, rooting itself there. Then a gigantic black shadow, over 100 meters tall, slowly emerged and condensed on the seashore. This was an odd sight that only magicians could see. The 100-meter-tall shadow kept solidifying until, after more than 10 seconds, its entire body was fully formed, standing on the beach like a small black mountain. The 7th-layer horror shadow, the Black Giant, appeared. As soon as the Black Giant appeared, it rapidly became transparent, dissipating as if everything that had just happened on the beach was merely an illusion. There were no idle magicians looking this way, fortunately, so no one noticed. Inside the quiet room, Yu Hong opened his eyes, feeling the temporarily stabilized seventh-layer Taoist skills within him. The spicy sensation from the elixir continued to stimulate his body, creating spiritual power. This spiritual power forcibly elevated his total amount of Tao breath by a large margin. Yu Hong also noticed that the medicinal power of the heart-changing pill could even purify and generate ordinary spiritual power. Next is to defeat the fear shadow to completely stabilize. So, where is the seventh-layer fear shadow? Yu Hong looked around and found nothing inside the room. He walked to the window, puzzled, and looked out. He also found nothing unusual. Returning to his cushion, he carefully investigated his own spiritual power. Before the sixth layer, the continually generated spiritual power in his body was like a gentle and clear stream. But after the seventh layer, the spiritual power he now generated was like sesame paste, frightfully thick. No wonder this realm can achieve sharpness, immune to attacks from lower-level techniques while standing still. This intensity and concentration are truly extraordinary. He carefully experienced his current state. To completely replace the new spiritual power with the old will take time, and during this time, any problem could lead to regression to the sixth layer. He could feel that his current ability to produce seventh-layer spiritual power was mainly due to the fusion of the elixir's power and stimulation. The main purpose of this elixir's power is to stimulate the body in advance, to condense a new fear shadow, and to gain the powerful and sharp spiritual power that the body will generate after defeating the fear shadow. But if the fear shadow is not defeated, the Taoist skills will rapidly decline, and once the power of the elixir is exhausted, the fear shadow will also backlash. Having figured out the principle of the heart-changing pill, Yu Hong began to study how to use the new sharp spiritual power to replace the operation of various previous techniques. This process was tedious, as each technique needed to be readjusted when the nature of its foundational spiritual power changed significantly. Otherwise, the technique's released power would be incorrect, or it might explode and backlash. Meanwhile, to increase his chances of success, he took out the booklet given by Qing Huang, the heavy image skill, planning to take a look at it during this retreat. When Guanwu skill reaches the seventh layer, if I can stabilize it and break through the last layer, I will gain a new trait. Yu Hong was full of anticipation. The Tao breath circulation trait he originally acquired was from the constant enhancements he received from the Thunderbolt leg technique. Now, the actual power of the Guanwu skill was on par with the Thunderbolt leg, focusing only on the spiritual aspect. Once he reaches perfection, the traits obtained will surely be extraordinary. Just as Yu Hong entered the quiet room for his retreat, outside, the elderly Taoists of the Yu generation got up one after another, each stretching their waist with groans and sighs. Truly unbearable, back in the day, I chased a resentful mark for 7 days and nights without sleep, spanning over 1,000 kilometers, until I finally caught it in a small mountain hollow. But now, just by moving a little bit and activating some Tao breath, I am this exhausted. Yu Fang sighed. Same here, I have severe back pain. The doctor said it's a herniated disc, quite serious, and I need surgery. I have it too. What are the severe symptoms? It hurts whether sitting or standing. I can only feel comfortable lying on my stomach with a pillow under my waist. My cervical spine is not good. My blood sugar is also a bit high. One by one, the old men began to exchange tips on self-care. After a while, assuring that there was no problem with Yu Hong, they each left in their cars. Only Yu Mo remained, waiting quietly outside the door. Days went by. Taoist Yu Mo sat cross-legged in meditation, and after guarding for 3 days, he was replaced by other members of the Yu generation. The array that suppressed the decline of Taoist skills was activated by their combined effort, so only these participants could sense if anything happened to Yu Hong at any time. At this moment, Yu Hong was slowly substituting the previous spiritual power in his body, converting all spiritual power into sharpness spiritual power with the characteristics of an absolute boundary. Apart from eating and sleeping, he was wholly devoted to the adjustment of techniques and cultivation. Asterisk. 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 Huangsong Island. On the desolate and silent shores of the small island, a tiny fishing boat quietly approached and came to a stop. Two figures leaped from the boat, landed, and surveyed the abandoned island. Why have we come here? This is a seal personally set by Ku Chan. With our current condition, it's simply impossible to shake it even slightly. One of them said helplessly. What do you mean by current condition? Even at our peak, we wouldn't be able to open it. The other replied matter-of-factly. Then why are we still here? That's because, while we can't open it, others have ways to. The other person laughed. Who? Could it be one of the 7 evils? No one like that. It's... boom! Just then, a huge mass of gray-black clouds surged up from the distant sea. The clouds split the waves, rising like a phantom unto the heavens, continuously forming a colossal gray-black pillar. Centered around this pillar, rings of spiritual fluctuations and energy only detectable by magicians spread in all directions. There's actually another Chi sky pillar. Our actions were merely a distraction. The real target is not Huangsong Island, but over there. The person speaking took a deep breath, looked up, and revealed an excited middle-aged face. Sect Hierarch, are you saying that from the very beginning we were just pawns? The other person, who also looked up, showed the pale face of Yuan Rahai from the Muddoll sect. At this moment, his face was twisted. Because of this battle, he had lost even his son Yuan Ming. Furthermore, his followers suffered numerous casualties and property losses. Originally, he thought he could wait for support from the 7 Evil Alliance, but now the sect hierarch had told him that they were all expendable, just tools to divert attention. Trash. The success of the Chi Sky Pillar signifies that at least one gate of the Gate of Despair has been opened. The entirety of Taizhou will soon fall into a human hell. Ruhai, now that only the 2 of us are left in the sect, you should come with me to the 7 Evil Alliance. You'll certainly be heavily relied upon. As for your son, just have another one.
Sect Hierarch, Ningruofei side unconcernedly.
Sect Hierarch, why can't we just live a good honest life in Taizhou? Why must we do this? Yuan Ruhai's voice trembled. Live a good life? You think I don't want that? But the reality is, peaceful days are numbered, and I have no choice but to make an earlier decision. Ning Ruofei's voice turned cold. Then, what's next? Next, the intensity of the resentful mark will far exceed before. Qingchen Temple and the authorities will definitely be in over their heads. Before we leave, we can take the chance for revenge. The Fascia sword from Zai Palace is gone. And now there's no one in Taizhou who can stop us joining forces.
Ningruofei sneered coldly.
What about Zheng Ro? I've heard his name has been quite prominent lately. Luckily defeating that waste Lin Shan. He thinks he can overcome me? Ning Ruofei wasn't concerned. Moreover, we don't need to act ourselves. We just wait for the opportunity. As more powerful resentful marks from the Gate of Despair emerge, they will naturally become more stretched thin, and then, the chance for a sneak attack will arrive. Yuan Ruhai fell silent, gazing at the Chi Sky Pillar that soared into the sky in the distance. He suddenly didn't want to speak a word. Asterisk. 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 2 weeks after Yu Hong's retreat, in the Yanxia Bay neighborhood of Taizhou, inside a semi-detached villa, a businessman surnamed Li, dressed in a suit like a successful entrepreneur, urgently led a young Taoist into the hall. I won't lie to you, Taoist. This house has been having flickering lights and foul smells, and sometimes at night, I could see the shadow of an unfamiliar person flash by, said the businessman with a heavy local accent. I originally thought it was my son's imagination from watching too many horror films. Who would have expected that last night he came to knock on my door, and when I got up, I couldn't find him anywhere. We've searched everywhere in the house and still can't find him. And there's nothing on the surveillance showing anyone entering or leaving. There's very strong energy here, the Taoist said with a slight frown. His black hair simply tied into a top knot, dressed in a clean and neat pale blue Taoist robe, his face cool. It was Zhang Ming, who had just recovered a few days ago. Do you see anything, Taoist? The businessman was startled and promptly questioned. Don't rush. I need to check slowly, or else errors can happen, Zhang Ming said earnestly, having become more collected than before after consecutive defeats at the hands of Yu Hong. Please, Taoist, please. Zhang Ming didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, signaling the others not to follow, and went upstairs alone. Soon, at the end of the second-floor corridor, he saw a painting. A painting depicting an ancient house and old street at dusk. The quality of the painting was good, and the workmanship as well, appearing quite lifelike and vivid, almost like a photograph. In the old street's ancient house, the brown door was half opened, inside which one could faintly see an old lady sitting and knitting a sweater with needle and thread in hand. The sunset glow dyed the old lady's white hair into a golden red. The scene was serene and peaceful. Zhang Ming stared at the painting, clearly sensing the dense energy attached to it. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a series of crisp footsteps, like little leather shoes tapping on a wooden floorboard, reached his ears. Zhang Ming swiftly turned his head and looked to the right. On the right side of the corridor, a room that was originally closed now had its door wide open. A glossy black leather shoe stood at the doorway, only revealing a bit of the heel. Chapter 335.
Lizauran?
Zhang Ming called out the name of the wealthy businessman's son. There was no response. The little leather shoes slowly retreated into the room and disappeared. He instinctively felt something was wrong. Quickly, he formed a handprint spell. A vague fear shadow flickered behind him, then swiftly hid itself. Zhang Ming stepped closer to the room, one step at a time. He wanted to release the fear shadow to test, but he worried about harming the businessman's son. Although the fear shadow's physical impact was weak, it still had some effect on children's spirits. Slam. Finally, he entered the room. Inside, a boy in a white tracksuit, about 11 or 12 years old, was standing with his back to him, watching the window.
Lizauran.
What are you looking at? Although Zhang Ming found the boy, an inexplicable discomfort rose in his heart. Grandma. The boy answered. Grandma? Zhang Ming also looked out the window, but there was nothing outside except a dense bamboo forest. Taoist Zhang Ming? At the stairway entrance, the businessman surnamed Li saw no one come down after a long time, so he walked up slowly while calling out. But strangely, the entire second floor was empty, not a single person. The Taoist who had just gone up mysteriously disappeared like his son. The businessman searched for a long time and even brought the nanny along to look, but they found nothing. Immediately, they left the villa in panic, reported to the police, and rushed to Qingchen Temple. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the courtyard, just a few minutes after Zhang Ming disappeared, Yu Hong, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Asterisk, the environment feels off. Asterisk. He looked around. The quiet room was silent, with only his own heartbeat and breathing. He then thought for a moment and took out the enhanced universal detector. Bleep. The black box-like multimeter silently displayed the current environment red value, 7.229. Asterisk. The red value is higher.
Jungfrauned.
He clearly understood what this meant. Asterisk. The Blackwell's opening has increased, or the Taoist sect hasn't resolved the issue of the Yin Qi sky pillar's red value leakage. I must accelerate my progress here. Asterisk. He quickly checked his own status, confirmed there was no problem, and began to take out the bizarre talisman paper with a 5-colored circle drawn on it. This was given by the old Taoist UMO, and once the elixir's power was absorbed and the Taoist skills elevated to the 7th layer, it could be directly activated. Yu Hong steadied his mind, exhaled a trace of Tao breath, and integrated it into the talisman paper. Sizzle. The talisman paper ignited without flame, and its orange flame split into 5 at the same time, transforming into 5 different colored mysterious energy bodies. The 5 energy bodies were red, yellow, blue, green, and purple. Once they appeared, they transformed into 5 streams of light, spiraling around Yu Hong in continual flight. Asterisk. Let's begin. Yu Hong watched the 5 streams of light and slowly closed his eyes. Purely based on spiritual power Taoist magic, he was still below the temple master level, and his spiritual power sharpness was not fully complete. The technique was not entirely restored. Even if his true power erupted, he should reach the pinnacle level in this world. But the massive mental gap could lead to a significant fatal weakness when facing top experts. Therefore, the heavenly pillar talent obtained from the 5 spirit spring was extremely valuable to him. Asterisk. The black disaster is about to descend. It seems my time is running out. Asterisk. A thought flashed through his mind as Yu Hong resumed his secluded cultivation state. Asterisk. 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 What? Zhang Ming is missing? At Qingchen Temple, the old Taoist UMO was sipping wellness tea from a thermos when he suddenly heard the news brought by the Taoist child outside. There were already few Tao seeds in Qingchen Temple, and Zhang Ming was among the outstanding ones. If something happened to him, then... His expression became grave. He put down the cup and stood up. Explain clearly. The Taoist child, Sun Yang, was sweating profusely as he recounted Zhang Ming's investigation into the businessman's son's disappearance. By the time that family sent the message back, senior brother Zhang Ming had already been missing for over 3 hours, she added. Notify Zhang Ying immediately. I'll go find the temple master. Have the police sent any personnel? UMO asked calmly. Yes. They're already on their way to the villa. Good. I'll prepare to phone the police station and set off immediately. UMO knew this was serious. Zhang Ming's ability wasn't weak, only slightly inferior to his own. If even he couldn't solve the case, it was unlikely for him to handle it alone. Therefore, this matter required collective effort. With this in mind, he immediately walked towards the main hall where the temple master was located. Crossing the threshold, Temple Master Yu Hen was sitting with several old Taoists, looking at a letter. Seeing UMO enter, Yu Hen raised his head. I was just about to find you. It's the Taoist sect's notification letter. Take a look as well. He handed over the letter envelope in his hand. UMO stepped forward to take it, unfolded the letter, and glanced at the densely packed lines of bright red text. Just reading a few lines, UMO's expression changed. How could there be so many? His hands started to tremble, disbelief in his eyes. I'm equally puzzled. Why are there so many? The Taoist sect has been continuously acting, always suppressing the eruption points of the Yin Qi sky pillars across the regions. It's always been this way. So how have 4 sky pillars appeared all at once now?
Yu Hen spoke solemnly.
The key is that one of them is very close to us. Yu Zhong interjected. No wonder recently the situation in Taizhou has worsened. Resentful marks are increasing, and the talismans we're making barely suffice. The consumption every day is significant, and the visitors are demanding many as well. UMO said with a grim expression. A troublesome autumn. By the way, UMO, did you come over for a specific reason? Yu Hen asked. Zhang Ming. It's about Zhang Ming. He disappeared while investigating a case. UMO quickly said. Disappeared? The few old Taoists were all shocked. Even Zhang Ming. Should we notify Zhang Ro? Someone couldn't help but ask.
No.
Zhang Ro is at a crucial moment now. The mental transformation sharpness cannot be interrupted, or it would be a wasted effort. We must first handle these matters ourselves. We'll join forces. Yu Hen raised his hand to stop the other's words, making a decisive decision. Before long, at Qingchen Temple, a white SUV quickly drove off, speeding towards the villa where Zhang Ming went missing. More than half an hour later, the car stopped outside Yanxia Bay neighborhood, no longer going inside. The entire neighborhood was empty now. Even the gatekeepers and cleaners had left early, especially after Zhang Ming's disappearance. Not only had people disappeared from the Li family's villa, but several villas around had also experienced varying levels of people missing. Panic had quickly spread. By the time Qingchen Temple's vehicle arrived, the official police vehicles had already reached the scene, accompanied by 2 official magicians. But when UMO and others got out of the car, they saw the 2 with very grim expressions. Taoist UMO, there's no time for pleasantries. There's a resentful mark in this neighborhood, and it's not ordinary, extremely dangerous. The official magician, a scholarly man wearing glasses, stepped forward and said, "How's the talisman response?" Umo asked. "It ignites upon entry, very weak in effect," the magician replied. "Let's go in and take a look." Without further ado, Umo waved to Zhang Ying and others behind him, and was the first to lead them into the neighborhood. At the same time, a long-tailed creature resembling a lizard man suddenly appeared behind him. The rest from Qingchen Temple also followed, forming the handprint of service damage, summoning fear shadows to protect themselves. An hour later, boom! A sudden explosion occurred inside the villa. There were no flames or red light, just an invisible shockwave blasting out from inside. Glass and wooden doors shattered in an instant. On the spiritual level, a massive creature with an upper body of a grandmother's image and a lower body of a blood-colored spider charged out of the villa. As soon as it burst out, it was decapitated by a huge cleaver from behind. With a pounding sound, the monster vanished in the blink of an eye, transforming into countless black smoke. Yuhen, Umo, and others also exited the villa, all looking exhausted. A disciple was carrying the unconscious figure of Zhang Ming on his back. "Mission accomplished," Umo said solemnly to the two official magicians. "Thank you for your hard work." The two, feeling the dancing energy emanating from them, couldn't help but step back 2 paces, almost suffocating. Zhang Ming was taken back to recuperate for 2 days before a new case came to Qingchen Temple. Zhang Ying led the team to handle it, but unexpectedly got entangled in a tough battle. In an emergency request for assistance, Umo and others brought the stockpile to aid them, barely managing to rescue the people from the resentful marks. But the cost was that 2 members of the U generation sustained minor injuries. They were elderly, and their Taoist magic techniques had significantly regressed, not adept in combat. Suddenly starting to work beyond their limits, they quickly became overwhelmed. Despite everyone at Qingchen Temple's best efforts, cases continued to pour in from various parts of Taizhou for them to solve. The Zhang generation disciples were solving cases everywhere, and the Yu generation members also had to join in. Except for Yu Hen, the temple master, everyone at Qingchen Temple became busy. Fortunately, most subsequent cases were relatively low risk, handled by ordinary disciples armed with talismans, although the number spiked dramatically. Meanwhile, Yu Hong was in a critical phase of soaking in the 5-spirit spring. In the Qingchen Temple's other courtyard, he sat cross-legged in the quiet room, surrounded by 5 streams of spiritual power in different colors. This was the 5-spirit spring. It was not tangible but a special spiritual power crafted through complex processes. These 5 streams of spiritual power needed periodic nourishment from the offerings of numerous visitors for maintenance. Moreover, accumulating enough for one 5-spirit spring requires 10 years of continuous scripture chanting and sincere praying, infusing pure spiritual power into its vessel. Essentially, the primary accumulators of this 5-spirit spring were still the old Taoists of the Yu generation. Despite their playful demeanor, they never neglected their duties. One by one, the streams of 5-colored spiritual power continuously passed through Yu Hong's body like phantoms. Every passage caused a subtle yet determined change in some of his nerves. As he received the 5-spirit spring enhancements, the spirit light he possessed naturally also grew stronger slowly but surely. This indicated that the magic skill of cultivating the spirit light was spreading, and the more people practiced it, the faster the spirit light grew stronger. Unknown how much time passed. Suddenly, Yu Hong opened his eyes. He stood up, turned his head to look behind him, and in the dim, quiet room, a faint dark mist appeared without him knowing. In the black mist, a simple brown wooden bridge appeared before him. Chapter 336. The wooden bridge stretched into the depths of the fog, where faint sounds of water lapping seemed to echo. Yu Hong stepped forward, and before long, vanished into the black mist with the 5-colored spiritual power. But soon he reappeared, returning to his original position and sitting back down. The black mist also faded away, as if nothing had ever happened. This was the current method of the Black Ship's movement. After being reinforced in conjunction with the safe house, the black ship could now appear anytime, anywhere in this world. Just like in the Hope City world, the black ship also followed the appearance of the black mist, not limited to whether it was at sea. Time continued to pass, and Yu Hong continued his seclusion, undergoing the transformation of the Five Spirits Spring. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days went by. Suddenly, Yu Hong opened his eyes and looked outside the room. Outside, there was someone standing very close, in the courtyard, without any clear intention. He split a bit of his focus, waiting for the other's reaction. In the courtyard, Zhang Xia looked rather helplessly at the room where Yu Hong was in seclusion. Asterisk, should she disturb him or not? This hesitation churned in her heart. Asterisk. Before leaving, Master Umo and the Temple Master had repeatedly advised her not to interrupt Yu Hong's absorption and transformation. The Five Spirits Spring, which took 10 years to collect, and the process of the spiritual power sharpness transformation were crucial. If interrupted and failed, a decade's efforts would go to waste. Zhang Xia understood these principles. Once, she had been jealous of Zhang Ro for receiving such tremendous benefits. But now, truly facing adversity, she realized how important it was to have someone in the sect capable of stabilizing people's hearts. "Senior sister, should we go in and speak?" A young Taoist boy asked softly from behind her. Zhang Xia was silent for several minutes before finally turning around. "Let's go. Hold on a little longer." Everyone in the temple was running on overdrive, utterly exhausted, and even adding Yu Hong wouldn't actually resolve much. After she left, Yu Hong inside the room closed his eyes again, continuing to immerse himself in the transformation. By then, half of his spiritual consciousness had been transformed. From here on, as long as he followed the steps, he could perfectly obtain the special gift of the Five Spirits Spring. Zhang Xia came. Perhaps something has occurred? This thought flashed through his mind before he completely immersed himself again. After a few seconds of silence, Agrius. Buzz. Behind him, a massive black giant lizard appeared out of thin air behind Yu Hong. The form of the dragon of Xiangolf seemed largely like black mist and wasn't fully solidified. Otherwise, this room wouldn't have been able to contain it. "Go see what's going on." Yu Hong couldn't step away, but something else could. Swish! Agrius silently transformed into black mist, dispersing into several strands and flying out through the cracks in the door and window. Cooperating with it were the 40 dragon lizards brought along in hibernation. "Go. Don't let anyone disturb me. If there's any trouble, take care of it directly," Yu Hong instructed, closing his eyes. Asterisk. 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 The Taizhou border, Min'an Mountain. Zhang Ying of Qingqin Temple held a flashlight, trudging through the dim, unlit forest land. Behind her were fellow ordinary Taoists Qing Yun and Qing Ding, who were accompanying her on the mission. Both were young and vigorous fellows, but because their cultivation achievements were mediocre, they had switched to fieldwork to freely obtain some talismans and pay to support themselves. There were many such Taoists in Qingqin Temple. They were nearly all the backbone of various chores, the silent, behind-the-scenes workers. Cleaning the temple, transporting goods, conveying information, looking after the elder Taoists, and more were managed by them. Whereas the Dao Seeds and the Yu Generation Elders only took care of the most essential duty, driving away resentful marks. This time, the Golden Jade member has been missing for 2 days. The police from the nearby township have searched for 2 days, but still haven't found anything. "I'm afraid he might have already," Qing Ding said, looking at the pitch darkness around them. Even the treetops blocked the light, giving him a chill. Despite being over 6 feet tall and robust, facing such supernatural tasks still made him feel paralyzed with fear like a child. "Even if he is already missing, we must uncover the truth and give the family a proper explanation. Boss Feng has donated for the maintenance of our temple for over 10 years and has never sought much in return. Now that he's in trouble, we must do something no matter what," Zhang Ying said sternly. "But why is this place so dark? Why don't we bring more people with us?" Qing Yun's legs also trembled a bit. "Ordinary people would only die if they came," Zhang Ying replied. Keep an eye on the resentment talisman, and let me know the moment there's a reaction. Yes, senior sister. The two stiffened and answered in unison. In the dark forest, the three ventured for over an hour. Finally, following a beaten path, they arrived before a small estate encircled by a wire fence. The wire fence of the estate was already overgrown with vines. Through the clean, silver large iron gate, one could see the three-story building inside, adorned with many curves and patterns, resembling the aristocratic style popular abroad. Between the iron gate and the building, there was a vast stretch of grass. In the middle of the grassy area stood a white fountain pool, with a dolphin statue perched inside it. Zhang Ying shone the flashlight inside. The bright flashlight beam was the only source of light in the estate, causing a pale reflection wherever it touched. Evidently, all building surfaces here had undergone special moisture-proof treatment. There's no light here. It seems deserted. Qing Ding couldn't help but say, "Shouldn't we stay outside?" Zhang Ying ignored him and shone the flashlight at the large lock hanging on the iron gate. She took a key from her waist, inserted it into the lock, and gave it a gentle twist. Click. The large lock opened. The last message left by Boss Feng said he was coming here to recuperate, away from the city's hustle, to enjoy peace. If we don't go inside, where are we going to look for him? Zhang Ying spoke calmly. So many cases have already happened here, and you're still afraid? Of course I'm scared. We don't have any Taoist skills. If something happens, we only have talismans, but even those have their limits. Qing Ding muttered. Zhang Ying ignored him, pushed open the large iron gate, and stepped inside. Suddenly, her flashlight seemed to catch sight of a figure standing by the fountain pool. Her heart skipped a beat as she quickly swung the light back to the perimeter of the fountain. The white beam cut through the night like a pillar, falling straight on the white surface of the fountain, casting a bright reflection. Was it an illusion? She touched the resentment talisman in her pocket, found no response, and redirected the flashlight toward the main building, a well-maintained three-story house. Before long, the three steadily crossed the grassy area, reached the entrance of the building, took out the key, and pushed the door open. The white light from their flashlights was gradually blocked by the inner walls, plunging the lawn back into darkness. Click-clack. Outside the large iron gate, two tall figures clad in black robes silently emerged from the forest, looking at the eerie estate, yet they did not enter. They went inside. One whispered, "Even I don't dare enter this place lightly. The things inside are bizarre, not simple resentful marks but mixed with something else, something vicious." The other said in a deep voice, "So they're definitely done for?" "Not necessarily, but since they're here, let's start with them. We'll first eliminate the elite of the Dao Seed class, then lure out the U Generation Elders. If we do it discreetly, no one can tell if it's us or the resentful marks doing it. The sect hierarch is wise. I'm no longer a sect hierarch. After we finish our revenge on Qingchen Temple, we'll head to the Alliance and start fresh." This person sighed. "In the past, such matters never required our personal intervention. It's really..." One after the other, the two gently pushed open the iron gate and entered. Shortly after they entered, a massive, dark, fuzzy silhouette silently appeared in front of the gate. In a blink, the silhouette disintegrated, turning into black smoke that vanished without a trace. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the estate's building, Zhang Ying wandered step by step in the first-floor corridor, searching each room she encountered. Click. Qing Ding toggled the light switch, but there was no response. "Doesn't seem like there's electricity," he said, curling up even more, increasingly scared. "Senior sister?" Qing Yun, who was exploring the other end of the corridor, suddenly called out, "Come quickly. There's something over here." Startled, Zhang Ying and Qing Ding quickly moved toward Qing Yun. Soon, the three gathered before a room that appeared to be the master bedroom. The door to the master bedroom was a smooth, clean black composite wood, with a silver metal handle featuring delicate cherry blossom patterns, looking simple yet elegant. But now, this door, which should have been pristine, had a line of text and drawings carved into its surface with something sharp. Zhang Ying reached out, gently tracing the carvings with her fingers, reading the inscriptions aloud with a furrowed brow. I was wrong. She was not my wife. Not. Beneath the text was a grotesque depiction of a hideous woman's face. If I remember correctly, wasn't Boss Feng a member of the city's painting association? Zhang Ying asked softly. Yes, he was. Qing Ding verified, taking out a document. Then this drawing is just awful. Has there been any response from the resentment talisman? Zhang Ying asked again. No. Qing Yun replied, his voice trembling slightly. Senior sister, I have a bad feeling about this. Don't say anything ominous. Zhang Ying slapped him lightly in annoyance. Wait, senior sister. Over there. It looks like someone is there. All of a sudden, Qing Yun stared blankly, eyes locked on something to Zhang Ying's right. It was the corridor connected to the living room, the path they had just walked through. Zhang Ying quickly turned her head to look, clutching the resentment talisman. Her flashlight illuminated the area, but nothing could be seen. Frowning, she turned the flashlight back, then her breath caught, and she hastily stepped back, because in that moment, the text and drawings inscribed on the door had completely vanished. Zhang Ying swiftly took out a resentment talisman from her belt, a more advanced talisman than the Yin energy talisman, equivalent to a moderate blow from her own power unleashed medium fear shadow. Outside, giving it saved strength was the best substitute. Strangely, however, the most sensitive resentment talisman didn't react at all at that moment. Instead, the inheritance Dao artifact hanging on Zhang Ying's chest trembled slightly as if influenced by something. Bah! Suddenly, there was a light sound, and Zhang Ying turned her head to discover that Qing Yun, who had been beside her, had vanished. Qing Yun! The truth was petrifying. She called out softly, but no one answered. Qing Yun! Qing Ding quickly called after, sweat streaming from his face like a broken line. It trickled relentlessly down his neck. Zhang Ying gritted her teeth. The fear shadow behind her surged forward into the dark living room. Splat! The fear shadow instantly merged with the darkness, severing the connection. The abrupt severance of connection with her summoning caused a sharp pain in Zhang Ying's head. She groaned, clutching her forehead, and shook her head vigorously. When she looked up again, Qing Ding! She was shocked to find that Qing Ding, who had just been beside her, had also disappeared. Swish! At that moment, just as a profound sense of powerlessness washed over her, a special yellow talisman paper hidden deep within her talisman pouch suddenly grew hot and spontaneously combusted. Zhang Ying sensed something was wrong and quickly pulled out the talisman paper. And at the moment she saw the talisman paper, her expression changed dramatically. It became extremely grim. This is the catastrophe spirit talisman. Could it be that this isn't a resentful mark, nor the black disaster? This is... Zhang Ying's voice quivered slightly, and a vague, white human figure slowly emerged behind her. Spirit disaster. A legendary, truly terrifying spirit disaster that only existed in tales and storybooks. No wonder the resentment talisman was ineffective. No wonder the Yin energy talisman was useless too. Chapter 337. In the annex of Qingchen Temple, Yu Hong sensed his spiritual power, which had already changed dramatically, also discovered something amiss. The multimeter in front of him had begun indicating extraordinary values. The multimeter was now able to measure several parameters simultaneously: red value, spiritual power, radiation, temperature, atmospheric pressure, humidity, etc. Among the supernatural ones, red value and spiritual power were the focus, and at this very moment, red value remained unchanged, but the other, spiritual power, fluctuated wildly like a roller coaster. A moment hitting double digits, and then suddenly plunging back to single digits. What's going on? Yu Hong had never seen this before, but he was unable to move at the moment. His spiritual power was still undergoing sharpness and transformation. He could not use his magic or even utilize his inner strength, which also contained spiritual power, for fear of disrupting the transformation process. Restricted in every way, he couldn't tell what was happening outside. He took out his mobile phone. The powerful spiritual power from the 5-spirit spring distorted all signals around it, showing 0 cell phone reception with an X blatantly displayed. Dragon Lizard. He tried to initiate the shared vision with the Dragon Lizard, but the ability to connect anywhere in Hope City World seemed to be severely interfered with here, utterly unreachable, barely sensing their presence. Something's not right. Yu Hong's face became solemn. The black disaster outbreak here seemed somewhat different from that in Hope City World. After some thought, he picked up his phone and tried to step out of the room and into the courtyard. But the phone signal was still absent. Outside, the Yu Generation Elder, Yu Zhong, was on guard. Seeing him emerge, Yu Zhong hurried to his feet. "Don't act recklessly. Great uncle, I am in seclusion, and I suddenly feel unease, as if something has happened outside. Do you know?" Yu Hong asked in a low voice. "It's just that there have been more cases around here recently. Other than that, it's fine. We can handle these issues. You are now the hope of our Qingqin. Do not let minor things impact your cultivation. Remember to follow the steps we agreed on before. We will not wake you. Do not stop," Yu Zhong said solemnly. Yu Hong could see his resolve. He pondered for a moment and then nodded. "I understand. In that case, please inform me promptly if there's anything. Remember, go back now," Yu Zhong said with a touch of relief in his eyes, waving his hand. "Okay." Yu Hong returned to the quiet room, sat down again, and immersed himself in the transformation of his spiritual power. He found that actively sensing and observing this process could speed up the transformation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside a villa in the deep mountains, Zhang Ying's face was pale, and her body trembled. This wasn't a resentful mark. It wasn't a monster formed from spiritual power, but a pure natural evolved special spirit disaster. Such spirit disasters can't be fought or fled from. One can only follow its rules, seeking loopholes for survival. Because they are not living things, but some kind of special terrifying phenomenon. Immediately, she looked left and right before bolting outside. Regardless, escaping this environment came first. Then she could find an opportunity to rescue others. Meanwhile, outside on the lawn, 2 members of the Mud Doll sect also seemed to sense something, looking up towards the main building. Is that the fluctuation of a spirit disaster? Sect Hierarch Ning Ruofei's expression turned serious. Isn't the Yin Qi sky pillar the black disaster that broke open the gate of despair? Yuan Ruhai beside him was also startled. What should come out of the gate of despair should be the black disaster. But how could this happen here? Ning Ruofei also sensed that something was terribly wrong. What do we do now? Yuan Ruhai asked. Even if a spirit disaster occurs, it can't be extremely strong at the onset. Ning Ruofei pondered. We have prepared everything. Proceed as planned. Take out the 3 inside and leave. Both were the strongest of the Mud Doll sect. Even with unhealed injuries, they believed they could handle a more mundane spirit disaster. Immediately, the 2 strode forward, entering through the open gate. Shortly after they entered, black dragon lizards silently infiltrated the estate. The largest one quietly approached the house's door, ready to fully enter. But the dragon lizard at the door suddenly stopped. It paused for a few seconds, seemingly having lost its target. The scent inside the house was chaotic, as if an uncountable number of people had lived there, making it seem impossible to find the person they had been tracking from their memory. Dozens of dragon lizards hesitated, their simple cognition barely working, and then they left the building, forming layers of encirclement outside. Agrius, who was in charge of leading, lay in ambush further away, waiting for the opportunity. Yu Hong's order was to remain concealed, protecting several Dao seeds and Yu Generation Elders of Qingchen Temple. At this moment, the house's energy was in disarray, indistinguishable. Thus, they followed the first directive. Conceal themselves first, then identify and protect the target. As soon as the target left the house again, they would be able to discern who it was. At present, Zhang Ying had already made it to the first-floor living room. In the dim living room, which was as big as a mini basketball court, two figures in Taoist robes sat motionless beside a big solid wood round table. She looked closer and realized it was Qing Yun and Qing Ding, who had just vanished. The two sat with their backs to her, unmoving, backs ramrod straight. The surrounds were dark and gloomy, with a faint musty smell in the air. This intensified the unease and anxiety in Zhang Ying's heart. Qing Yun? She whispered the name, trying to get their attention. No one knows exactly what kind of disaster the spirit disaster is, as ancient books are also vague about it. All that is known is that this disaster was highly detrimental, causing a significant decrease in population when it erupted in ancient times. Qing Yun sat motionless at the table's edge. Conversely, it was Qing Ding on the side who began to tremble. Slowly turning around, he looked towards Zhang Ying. A rigid, pale face with eyes closed appeared before Zhang Ying. Qing Ding. Zhang Ying pulled out a soul-reviving charm, a special treatment symbol for many abnormal states of unconsciousness. It also had a bit of effect in expelling abnormal spiritual power. Holding the talisman paper, surrounded by a cold wind, Zhang Ying cautiously moved toward them step by step. A fierce shadow emerged behind her, condensing into a pure white mummy burning with black flames. This was her most powerful fear shadow beyond desperation, and it was close to reaching the pinnacle of spiritual sharpness. His name was Bai Zhang. The just-emerged fear shadow vanished in an instant, signifying the tricky degree of trouble here. Just then, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air came from the hidden side. Zhang Ying quickly twisted her body, tilted her head back, and dodged. The slicing noise crashed into the ground. Then there was silence. Boom! Zhang Ying rolled on the ground in one fluid motion, then stood up. She looked forward. Fear Shadow Bai Zhang was barking furiously at a black figure standing in the shadows. That silhouette slowly deformed, its body elongated, and soon became a giant monster with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider. The monster lunged with a fierce charge aimed at Zhang Ying. Heaven and earth are clear, spirits merge seamlessly. Zhang Ying quickly recited in a low voice, and the size of Bai Zhang behind her ballooned rapidly. Numerous white ribbons detached from it. Its aura surged, and it clashed with the half-human, half-spider creature. Boom! The two monstrous beings collided viciously, the wave of compressed spiritual power exploding like a storm, blowing everything on the table, cups, dust, and more to the ground. Amidst the sharp crashing sounds, taking advantage of the battle between the fear shadow and the monster, Zhang Ying hurried towards the main hall's doorway. However, sudden threads appeared at the entrance, firmly blocking her way forward. Behind the threads, the blurred figure of the half-human, half-spider creature slowly emerged again. Hiss! It lowered its head and let out a strange hiss. Zhang Ying paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and reached into her waist talisman bag to pinch a particularly important talisman paper. I won't die here. Absolutely not. Her eyes resolute, she suddenly pulled, and the talisman paper slapped onto something ahead. Moments later, the living room was a mess, two half-human, half-spider monsters lying on the ground. They wailed as they turned into black mud, utterly motionless. Zhang Ying's fear shadow behind her was also riddled with holes, barely floating translucently in midair. TSS. Finally, it could no longer hold itself together and dissipated. Zhang Ying was covered in blood, fine cuts all over her hands and legs, not knowing how she got them. Her face was as white as a sheet, and a large cut stretched across her face. Although the wound had been treated, blood continued to ooze out from half of the cut. But. Just as she thought she could settle down for a moment, from the spiral staircase leading to the second floor came a soft clapping sound. Remarkable. By yourself, you've taken down 2 spirit disaster-in spirits. Mud Doll sect hierarch Ning Ruofei, along with Yuan Rahai, walked down the stairs together. Both were cloaked in black robes, their faces partially visible, each wearing a pale porcelain mask. "Who are you?" Zhang Ying, gasping for breath, backed against the wall, her gaze fixed on the two. "Don't worry about who we are. Just remember, this is all something that Qingchen Temple has brought upon itself."
Ning Ruofei sighed softly.
Yuan Ruhai silently formed a handprint next to him and pushed forward. A black bandage appeared out of nowhere, soaring from behind towards Zhang Ying. Boom! Unexpectedly, the bandage pierced through Zhang Ying's chest. Suddenly popping like a bubble, she dispersed and vanished. Zhang Ying had already prepared an evasive spell, and by now, her whereabouts were unknown. The two people at the staircase remained expressionless. Yuan Ruhai pointed, and the black bandage immediately turned into a mist, shooting rapidly toward the corridor on the right. "You can't escape." Bang, 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 bang. Objects within the room were swept and shredded by the bandage, as sharp as knife blades. Zhang Ying had already reached a bedroom on the first floor. Using her ultimate fear shadow ability, she had forcibly swapped places, narrowly escaping the pressing threat of those two. Now hiding in the room, she recalled the natural, powerful spiritual pressure that emanated from those two people. Especially the one who spoke. His whole body naturally radiated a heavy, oppressive sensation. Surely the spiritual anomaly that only a temple master level could emit. Chapter 338. The current situation in Taizhou is hostile towards Qingchen Temple, and even with senior brother Zhang Rui's reputation, the people daring to make a move against me are likely from the Mud Doll sect and Seven Evil Alliance. Having guessed the identity of her adversaries, Zhang Ying felt an even heavier sense of oppression. She must escape immediately. This thought swiftly rose in her heart. Zhang Ying quickly rushed to the window, about to open it. But then, she suddenly remembered Qing Yun and Qing Ding. Both of them had followed her here. Images of Qing Ding's sister entrusting her came to mind, recalling Qing Yun's parents pleading with her. Zhang Ying's hand, which was about to forcefully open the window, suddenly relaxed its grip. This place is the epicenter of a spirit disaster, and even the experts from the Mud Doll sect wouldn't dare to act recklessly here, for fear of provoking greater danger. Hence, it will be far more dangerous out in the courtyard with a wide view and no cover. It's better to wait here, possibly for an opportunity to arise, while they are entangled with the spirit disaster. She gritted her teeth and let go of the window. Staying inside the house could provide some visual cover, while going out into the open grassland will make her more vulnerable to danger. That was her judgment. I still have one last strike. She reached for her inheritance Dao artifact pendant, turned back into the room, and listened closely to the door. In the corridor, the bandages turned into black fog that entered, disturbing a half-human, half-spider shadow spirit, and the two entangled in combat again. The shadow spirit seemed to be able to easily nibble on the black fog as if it was cotton candy, forcing the fog to transform back into bandages and engage in a physical confrontation. Throughout the estate, the complicated and twisted bizarre vibrations interfered with Ning Ruofei's spiritual technique surveillance, making it impossible for them to locate Zhang Ying precisely. Zhang Ying took the opportunity to quietly move to the second floor from another staircase. The second floor was a massive circular structure with an empty crystal chandelier in the center of the ring. Around the circle were various functional rooms, bedrooms, studies, playrooms, home theaters, etc. Zhang Ying moved forward without making any footsteps, taking off her shoes. But, hiss! Suddenly, a black bandage shot out from the ground beneath her, grazing her calf and shearing off a chunk of flesh. Found you! The voice of Yuan Ruhai, cold with hatred. Following this, more bandages burst from the ground, continuously stabbing at Zhang Ying, who was dodging swiftly. As she sprinted forward, a hazy white halo suddenly emerged around her. Within the halo, one could see countless minute silver particles twirling and dancing as if a swarm of tiny bugs. 1,000 insects! Go! With her low shout, the halo left her body and flew towards the black bandages rising from the floor. The halo and the black bandages entangled for a few moments before rapidly dispersing, torn apart. The disparity was too great. Even the divine intent of the fear shadow of the inheritance Tao artifact could only hold on for a few short seconds. The black bandages once again lunged at Zhang Ying, striking directly upon the white halo that had reappeared on her body. Boom! Her entire body was struck as if hit by lightning. She spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward, crashing through a wooden door of a room, and heavily fell onto the carpet inside. As she lay dazed from the fall, black bandages shot into the room, unexpectedly crashing into a long-armed, long-legged black human-shaped monster clinging to the ceiling. Roar! The monster roared in anger, plunging down, its hands transforming into scythes, swiftly slashing at the black bandages. Clang, 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 clang. Yuan Ruhai and the newly appeared spirit disaster monster clashed once again. Zhang Ying took advantage of the situation to drag her badly wounded body, struggling to crawl to the window of the room. This is it. I have to leave here, or there's no doubt I'll die. At this point, after a few encounters, she realized the vast gulf between herself and her adversary, shattered her illusions, and decided to decisively leave and seek help. She stretched out her hand, grabbed the window handle, turned it down, and then pulled it to the right. Bang! Suddenly, an immense invisible force firmly grabbed the back of her collar. Hee. A sinister giggle like that of a baby sounded. Zhang Ying's body went numb, and she looked back. She saw a clay-yellow baby over a meter tall, wearing a ghastly white diaper, its skin covered in bloody wounds, standing not far behind her. The baby seemed like an infant magnified many times over in size. One of its eyes was a hollow blood socket, and the corners of its mouth bore stitched, bloody scars. The chubby hands were even missing skin in some areas, revealing the bloody red flesh beneath. I told you, you can't escape. The voice of the Mud Doll sect hierarch Ning Ruofei cruelly resounded within the room. Zhang Ying's mouth gaped open, wanting to scream, but an immense invisible force instantly sealed her mouth and nose and dragged her away from the window, toward the terrifying baby. The vast disparity between Temple Master level and lower tiers left Zhang Ying completely stripped of the power to resist. She hung limply in midair, her mouth desperately trying to open, the corners splitting as she let out her final silent scream. Ah! The will to live at this moment heightened her mental resolve to the highest peak it had ever been. In that instant, the waves of her desperate spiritual fluctuations broke through the house's interference, reaching the outside of the window. Silence. As if in a trance, the entire second floor suddenly became quiet. It seemed as though all sound at that moment was muffled, becoming distant and indistinct, and the volume was also weak and deep. Ning Ruofei and Yuan Ruhai, at the same moment, seemed to sense something. Boom! In an instant, the window of this room, along with the entire wall it was set in, exploded like a crushed biscuit. Agrius, the invincible dragon of Xiangolf, immutable as eternity, the immortal dragon. The air was filled with chants of praise, echoing like the sounds of Buddhist mantras. The shattered walls burst inward, exploding into pieces. At the center, a black behemoth, like a dump truck, roared in, colliding with the room. This monster was covered in pus-filled boils, with a single golden eye on its head and sharp black blades as limbs. Its enormous body stretched over 30 meters long, with only a small part charging into the room, heading straight for Ning Ruofei. Its massive head was like the front of a train, with a width of 4 to 5 meters. Even the seemingly fragile golden eye dripped with a thick, highly corrosive transparent liquid. The wild gust of air instantly disrupted the balance of every living being in the room. Be it the long-limbed spirit disaster monster Yuan Ruhai, Ning Ruofei, or that bizarre infant-like creature taller than a person. In the violent shaking of the house, every individual struggled to keep their footing. Ning Ruofei was shocked, raising his hand by instinct to shield himself, barely managing to react before being hit head-on by the dragon of Xiangolf. Boom! A hazy yellow light barrier radiated from his body, blocking the impact for a moment. The barrier shattered instantly, followed by Ning Ruofei's hand, which broke instantly under the force of the assault. like withered branches. Agrius, who could once confront Yu Hong head-on, released a terrifying force of several hundred tons in its full-power assault. This strike was almost fatal for Ning Ruofei, whose body was just slightly more durable than that of an ordinary person, roughly at the level of a level 2 or 3 enhanced human. Not to mention, Ning Ruofei was already injured and had not fully recovered. Thud! Ning Ruofei was sent crashing through the door behind him, breaking the corridor railing, flying through the ornate chandelier, and slamming into the opposite wall of the house, deeply embedded in it. In the blink of an eye, he was motionless. Ah! The gigantic bizarre infant exploded, releasing a terrifying transparent spiritual shock. Agrius also rolled in pain, bursting instantly, turning into a surge of black mist that quickly dissipated. What in the world was that? Yuan Ruhai knew well how strong the Temple Master level sharpness spiritual power was, and because he was so familiar, he was even more aware of how astonishing it was for the creature that had just appeared to send Ning Ruofei flying with a single hit. Because the spiritual premonition of a Temple Master level was very strong, even being targeted by a sniper rifle would trigger an automatic sensing response. But that creature just now, did the sect hierarch not get any pre-warning before the impact? Or was the creature itself special? He couldn't understand. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Ruhai didn't dare to entertain any other plans and turned pale as he turned to run. He stepped through the broken wall, landing steadily on the soft grass outside. As soon as he steadied himself, dozens of dark red flame streams shot from all directions, instantly engulfing him in a torrent of fire. Moments later, when the flames had dispersed, only a patch of charred ash remained in his place, nothing else. Inside the house, Zhang Ying, still shaken, struggled to stand up and looked at the gigantic holes that had almost pierced through the entire second floor of the building. For a moment, her mind was in disarray. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. Ning Ruofei's voice echoed with venomous hatred. He was actually still alive. His body, embedded in the wall, had been flattened like a pancake. But the immense and exaggerated spiritual power allowed his spirit to leave his body, relying on his own techniques to survive temporarily. Zhang Ying hurriedly climbed down from the hole in the wall and escaped to the empty grassland outside. Behind her, the black monster that had just appeared unexpectedly was nowhere to be seen. Only Ning Ruofei's crazed screaming kept echoing and spreading, but there was no target to found. The voice continued for over 10 seconds, then gradually weakened. It seemed to trigger the spirit disaster power residing in the rest of the building. One by one, eerie and vast cold spiritual fluctuations rose slowly, covering and burying Ning Ruofei's spirit, and then devouring it. Zhang Ying watched the scene in a daze, finally not daring to stay. She turned and hobbled towards the iron gate outside. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew if she didn't take this chance to run now, she would assuredly die. As she reached the manor's iron gate with a splitting headache, one by one, half-human, half-spider monsters silently emerged, letting out a shrill laugh, blocking her way. Still coming. Zhang Ying took a step back. Behind her, dozens and dozens of red eyes slowly lit up. Those were dragon lizards silently confronting the threat. Black mist gradually enveloped the deep mountain estate, and the intense spiritual fluctuations inside slowly calmed to a halt. Soon, as the mist dispersed, so did everything else. Zhang Ying, the dragon lizards, all disappeared without a trace. The previously destroyed holes in the building began to silently absorb black particles from the air, repairing the damage. In less than 10 minutes, all traces were wiped clean. The entire manor was restored to its original state. Even the footprints of Zhang Ying and the others had completely vanished. Chapter 339. December in Yasong. Silent new cases, different from before, erupted all across Yasong. Most of these new cases were disappearances, and many of the criminal investigators who went to investigate also went missing. After losing a considerable number of criminal investigators, the Yasong government had no choice but to dispatch elite members from the official Magician Research Association for investigation. After thorough investigation, the association came to a shocking conclusion. The opening of the Inchi sky pillar does not bring about only the various creatures from the Black Disaster as before. This time, the creatures from the Black Disaster are only a small part. The majority are not from the Black Disaster, but another type of extremely strange and powerful entities. These entities primarily use their twisted and powerful bodies as their main method of attack, while also possessing terrifying abilities to possess others. Those possessed often become incredibly strong and speedy, impervious to conventional spiritual techniques, and possess a strong capability to corrupt and assimilate spiritual power. The leadership of the Taoist sect Buddhist Pulse United Magician Research Association issued the latest disaster report together, naming this disaster officially as Spirit Disaster. 3 days later, the gate of a secluded villa thunderously opened on its own. A blood-soaked figure emerged with great difficulty. The figure was badly mangled, only half of his face was vaguely recognizable. It was Ning Ruofei, the sect hierarch of the Mud Doll sect. But now, he was in a state far more miserable than before he entered, appearing almost on the brink of death. Each step he took was extremely labored. His body, which was almost flattened, had somehow healed slightly. Soon, he left without expression through the gate and disappeared into the forest. Shortly thereafter, a young woman dressed in a Qingchen Temple Taoist robe staggered through the iron gate. Her right arm was completely severed at the shoulder, the wound charred black, evidently cauterized. Raising her head, revealing a face cracked and white from dehydration, it was Zhang Ying, who had previously gone missing. Finally, "I'm out." She gazed at the normal scenery outside, a look of relief finally apparent in her eyes. Then she staggered to pull out her phone, only to find it shattered into pieces. Qing Yun, Qing Ding. Clenching her teeth, she glanced back, a flash of unwillingness and sorrow crossing her face. Then she continued walking towards the distant mountain path. Not far out, she encountered the search team from the Taoist temple and official police. "Over here. We've found someone. Over here." An officer with a dog quickly shouted loudly. They approached and helped Zhang Ying. Half an hour later, inside Qingchen Temple, Zhang Ying has been found. Yufang hustled into the main hall, loudly informing Umo and Yuhen, who were chanting scriptures. Chanting was not only to stabilize one's own Taoist skills, but also to strengthen the effectiveness of newly made talismans. Both were startled by the interruption and turned to look at Yufang. "How is she?" "Her right hand is gone. She encountered a ferocious monster likely from the Spirit Disaster. Fear Shadow couldn't defeat it, the disparity too large. She could only slowly figure out the monster's pattern, then used it to buy time, and after several near-death escapes, she finally found a chance to flee," reported Yufang quickly. "Her right hand." Yumo's expression changed slightly. A lost hand meant significantly fewer techniques could be wielded, and more critically, the already stretched Qingchen Temple had to face the loss of a key member. Additionally, she mentioned that while struggling for survival inside, she encountered a group of mysterious monsters that seemingly and inadvertently helped her. Yufang added, "Monsters. Perhaps they weren't helping her, but were just hostile towards the other creatures there." Guessed Umo. How could monsters possibly help a human? Even if it did happen, it would surely be by coincidence. "It seems we indeed faced the legendary Spirit Disaster. I have read about this being in books before. Now we are in trouble. Lately, more and more people have been coming to the temple to offer incense and prayers. Yuhen couldn't finish his sentence, as suddenly there came a burst of noisy commotion from outside. A Taoist disciple rushed in hastily. "Temple masters, people from Jufang Temple have come from Hui State. Only 3 were left, the rest, all gone." The disciple's face was pale, his body trembling, as if terrified. "What?" The expressions of several people in the hall drastically changed as they stood up. "Is this true? Watch your words carefully," Yuhen sternly addressed the disciple. "Disciples dare not, the car is outside. The 3 people who came down have all suffered heavy injuries. The entire Taoist sect in Hui State has completely fallen. Out of the more than 200 people from Jufang Temple, only these 3 have escaped. The Taoist boy urgently said, Master, you all better go and see. Several elderly Taoists were shaken and quickly walked out of the great hall, crossed the courtyard, and arrived at the front of the Taoist temple. At the gate, Taoists had already carried out the stretchers, placing the 3 Taoists who came out of the car on them. Among these 3, there is Yuan Hua, a genius disciple who had once sparred with Yu Hong. All 3 of them had an ashen complexion, their bodies shaking, constantly foaming at the mouth. Coming out of the Taoist temple, upon seeing the 3, Yu Hen and Yu Mo felt a piercing cold spiritual pressure rushing towards them like a cold wind. The 2, having the highest Taoist cultivation among those around them, involuntarily stepped back. Arriving with these 3 was Zhang Ying, who was being supported by others leaning against a stone pillar. Her dreadful state was even more apparent. One of her arms was broken and was tightly bandaged, conspicuously eye-catching. She feebly tried to come forward to greet them, but she was so haggard that she could hardly stand. What should we do? Seeing this, Yu Mo couldn't help but panic. Jufang Temple's strength was even stronger than that of Qingchen Temple. They were not Taoist sect members who only cared about money. Many were austere and devoted Taoists. Even they have been reduced to such a tragic state. If Qingchen Temple encountered this, they would probably be unable to resist it as well. The mood among them was heavy. They quickly settled Zhang Ying and the 3 from Jufang Temple, using arrays to suppress the disordered Tao breath in their bodies, and clumsily employed unfamiliar methods to expel the spirit disaster, releasing techniques, barely managing to dispel the abnormalities in the 3. Since the techniques were continuously aimed at black disaster, they were completely ineffective against the spirit disaster this time, wasting most of their spiritual power and time after much struggle. Having confirmed that a small part of the techniques were effective, Yu Hen and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. From what the 3 coherent survivors from Jufang Temple recounted, they found out that one day, Jufang Temple received an investigation case about a folk tale regarding Tree Bark Granny. The reporter had contacted them through the police, saying his son often saw an old granny knitting outside the window at night, waving at him. After several occurrences, they began to doubtfully record videos secretly at night. But they were horrified to discover that every night, the son would get up at a fixed time, seemingly awakened by some noise, then stand at the window, looking outside as if talking to someone. But there was nothing outside. At first, they thought it was sleepwalking, but later, the sun suddenly disappeared. Thus, the people from Jufang Temple began to investigate the situation concerning Tree Bark Granny. However, the first group of Taoists who investigated also suddenly disappeared 3 days later. Jufang Temple then dispatched people to check the situation again, but the second, stronger group also disappeared within 2 days, vanishing without a trace. Therefore, out of caution, Jufang Temple began reporting to the Taoist sect, and for the 3rd time deployed all their strength to investigate. Then, it ended up that the entire 3rd team, just these 3, returned alive. Tree Bark Granny. Zhang Ming, who was listening by the side, his face changed slightly. He felt somewhat familiar when he heard the description of Tree Bark Granny from the people of Jufang Temple. Tree Bark Granny, her face resembling old tree bark covered in wrinkles, holding yarn and knitting needles, always knitting something when she appears, but while knitting, she mostly doesn't look at her hands. Instead, she smiles while watching the nearby people. Zhang Ming's expression became increasingly ugly as he listened. He suddenly remembered an oil painting he had seen while investigating a case previously. Lien Kongyan, the senior brother, couldn't resist either? Yu Hen asked, his face looking dreadful. Kong Yen was currently the strongest in Taoist skills and techniques at Jufang Temple, almost reaching the level of a temple master, and he also served as the chairman of the Hui State Taoist Skills Association, communicating frequently with him as an old rival. The mystic copper mask technique from teacher Kong Yen had just been activated when he was torn apart by that monster through the air. Disciple Yuan Hua sobbed. I don't know how it was done. That monster was at least 100 meters away from teacher, but even the method of attack is unclear? Yu Hen's face became even more dreadful. He and Kong Yen had been rivals for many decades, almost equally matched, with Kong Yen slightly superior. But now, hearing that Kong Yen didn't even know how he died, a sense of panic rose in his heart. This mindset, initially being wrong, immediately began affecting his Taoist realm. The special aspect of Guanwu skill lay here. The strong could swiftly reach high levels in a short time, but once the mind was lost, the collapse of their Taoist skills was like a sudden flood, uncontrollable and unstoppable. At this moment, Yu Hen was experiencing this, his Taoist realm in the 6th layer once again beginning to disorder. Temple Master, the most urgent matter now is to apply for support from the Taoist sect immediately. UMO, thinking of Zhang Ying's severed arm, had an even graver look. I'll contact them right away. Yu Hen nodded. A few of them went together to the hospital to visit Zhang Ying, trying to learn more details and the truth from her. Zhang Ying, are you feeling better now? Could you talk about the specific details of the spirit disaster you encountered? Qing Ding and Qing Yun are gone. If we don't ascertain more information about the spirit disaster, more young people might be in danger later on. We must make the most of every moment. I don't know. Zhang Ying weakly shook her head. I've talked many times about the incident I encountered with those two from the Mud Doll sect. After that, I couldn't leave the manor and just kept hiding inside, dodging those half-human and half-spider monsters. Several times I nearly faced danger. It was always a shadow that suddenly flew from the side, distracting the monsters. The monsters chasing you were diverted by the shadow several times? Everyone was stunned, not expecting the situation to be like this. Chapter 340. Yes, I don't recognize what the shadow is, but it indeed saved me at least 4 times or more. And according to the rules of the spirit disaster, it seems like surviving a designated number of executions allows one to leave freely. That's why I was able to come out, Zhang Ying quickly said. In that case, I'm going to send out a request for assistance to the Taoist sect right now. During this period, everyone should reduce their staffing and focus all efforts on defending the Taoist temple. Don't worry about other places for the time being, and if any Golden Jade patrons call for help, we can allow them to bring their families here for refuge. Yu Hen said urgently. All right, I'll go notify them now. Umo nodded. What about Zhang Ro? Zhang Ming asked with a grave voice. Call him, inform him of the situation here, and warn him that he must not go out. We can talk about it after avoiding this period. The call won't go through. The local signal station is malfunctioning and undergoing repairs. A young Taoist apprentice hurried to say. I'll go in person. Sun Yang, Yumo's Taoist apprentice, offered proactively, having a good relationship with Yu Hong and being considered close to him. Good. Yu Hen nodded. Sun Yang quickly ran out of the quiet room, crossing the courtyard toward the main gate. At this moment, the entrance to the Taoist temple was crammed with a long line of patrons waiting to worship the gods. At the sight of her, many patrons hurriedly greeted her with anxious pleas. Taoist Sun Yang, can you let us in first? There's an emergency at home. We're really running out of time. My father fainted from fright. He urgently needs a talisman to be saved. Please, let my daughter in quickly. She really can't hold on much longer. One plea after another caused Sun Yang's steps to involuntarily slow down. But knowing she couldn't bear the responsibility, she dared not agree to any requests and could only lower her head and quickly got into the car for another courtyard, escorted by the protection of 2 other Taoists. However, the car had barely driven 200 meters. Suddenly, the view blurred in front of Sun Yang's eyes. She looked ahead in astonishment. Outside the car window, the scenery once again morphed and she, along with the driver and the car, shockingly found themselves back on the street near the Taoist temple. Is this? Did you take a wrong turn? Sun Yang asked urgently. That's impossible. I was driving in one direction. The driver also broke out in a sweat and tugged at the amulet hanging inside the car. Drive again, Sun Yang shouted. Immediately, the driver floored the gas pedal, choosing a different direction to drive off. In a short while, their vision blurred again, and they reappeared on the street near the Taoist temple. This time, both of their faces turned pale, having witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. "We can't get out?" Sun Yang asked tremblingly. "Try one more time," the driver said through clenched teeth. The third time, the pair drove once more, heading away from the Taoist temple. And as they attempted again, an elderly woman with white hair, dressed in a gray robe and a kindly face, appeared within the crowded queue at Qingchen Temple, holding a knitted bag and walking towards the temple with a relaxed demeanor that contrasted with the anxious crowd around her. Abruptly, the old woman halted her steps, slightly turning her gaze toward a small corner shadow on the right side of the temple gate pillar. Faint tendrils of black smoke swirled there, coalescing into the massive silhouette of a dragon lizard's head. It was Agrias, who had just returned from the estate. It had been only wounded and was now nearly recovered, continuing to carry out Yu Hong's orders. A flash of golden electricity momentarily surrounded the dragon lizard's head. The old woman lifted her hand, reaching out from afar towards the dragon lizard. Buzz! A terrifying surge of spiritual power, transcending even the level of a temple master, arrived in an instant, freezing a small area of space around the lizard. The spiritual power swiftly penetrated the dragon lizard's brain, beginning to forcibly obliterate its consciousness. Agrias's consciousness was rapidly extinguished. The spiritual power, still unsatisfied, continued to trace the consciousness, extending deeper, seeking to find the ultimate source of control. But soon, a small spark of electricity flickered on the back of her aged hand. At the same time, a chant seemed to arise around them, as if through a hazy mist. Agrias, dragon of Xiangolf, divine bloodline in decay. You, the profoundly immortal, eternally unchanging, undead and indestructible, guardian of the immortal strong wall, prison warden Agrias. With the rising chants, strands of golden electricity began to spread from the back of the old woman's hand, extending towards her body. Buzz! A mighty gaze from an unknown distant height shone down upon this place from afar. At the same time, from the old woman's pitch-black eyes, akin to bottomless abysses, a massive amount of cold, distorted strangeness in spiritual power surged forth, forcefully withstanding that mighty gaze. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside a separate residence in a quiet room, Agrias has unexpectedly lost contact. For dragon lizards missing. Yu Hong suddenly opened his eyes, frowning deeply. He was surprised to sense his returning subordinates. The dragon lizard's present strength, having grown over time when converted, roughly equated to the level of top-tier enhanced humans, impervious to bullets or blades, with ordinary firearms unable to penetrate their skin. Except for their slower speed, their other qualities practically reached the upper limits of an enhanced human. With the advantage in numbers, the sudden disappearance of 4 is an extremely rare occurrence. Moreover, how could Agrias lose contact? As his most meritorious and number 1 subordinate all along, even if there are now higher-level fear shadows replacing its function, Yu Hong still attaches great importance to it. This is not only because he is someone who cherishes the past, but also because Agrias's strength was at least level 9 to begin with, and now it has been continuously reviving and condensing under the enhancement of Tianhe, perhaps even capable of contending with war-level black disasters. War-level and Temple Master level represent the two extremes of physical assault and spiritual magic assault, respectively. Both possess the tremendous destructive power to annihilate the opponent in a moment. So, if Agrias encounters a Temple Master level powerhouse, it's about who acts first and who gets hit first. Yu Hong pondered in his heart. He tried to call it back, but there was no response. Agrias seemed to be stuck, like it had crashed, completely motionless. No response, unable to return. There's no way to restore Agrias again. Because even to restore it, the residual consciousness of Agrias itself would be needed. The remaining dragon lizards did give a response and started to return. And also, the person guarding the door at the Taoist temple didn't come today. Yu Hong got up, walked to the door, pushed the movable wooden plank below the door, and from the ground outside the doorway, brought in a metallic silver food container. Opening the food container, inside was freshly prepared food. braised pork, stir-fried greens, cucumber with scrambled eggs, 2 caddies of sweet potato rice, plus a cup of clear water, made up his meal. Little N. Yu Hong took out a spoon, started to eat, and called out, "What's up?" A somewhat youthful voice of a young girl came from outside the door. Her name was Nsusu, the daughter of the owner of a nearby restaurant that specializes in delivering food and drink to him. She is the one mostly responsible for bringing Yu Hong food and drink. Recently, is there any situation over at the Taoist temple? Yu Hong asked. How come the person guarding the door didn't come today? Do you know what's going on? Usually, every day an elder Taoist from the Yu generation would come to guard. But yesterday and today no one came. The girl sat on the long bench outside the door, also a bit puzzled by the question. Nobody came yesterday either. I don't know. Oh yes. Do you know why there has been no mobile phone signal these past few days? Yu Hong asked again. I know this, they said there's a problem with the nearby signal tower, and the maintenance people are delaying it and not attending to it, just dragging it on. And Susu quickly answered. Yu Hong's brows tightened. He began to contact the dragon lizards that had arrived nearby, attempting to share their vision. But intense spiritual interference made it impossible for him to initiate the dragon lizard's vision sharing. This pure spiritual interference has a significant impact on his Tianhe summoned creatures. Even previously with Agrius, he could only vaguely sense its specific location. Yu Hong felt the Dao breath between his temples, which is the special spiritual power from cultivating the Guanwu skill. The so-called Dao breath is in fact more like a special and uniquely altered spiritual power. At this moment, the Dao breath was just a tiny bit away from completing its sharpness. After spiritual power sharpness is complete, he would fully step into the temple master level. By then, even in this world, in terms of pure spiritual aspect, he would be considered a bit of a master. No need to cheat by relying on physical strength every time he couldn't win. Yu Hong estimated the time he still needed. Spiritual power sharpness would probably take another 2 days to complete. The fusion and qualitative change of 5 spirit spring would need at least 4 days. Quickly finishing his meal, he glanced at the small booklet on the table. This was the hypnotic range technique provided by Qing Huang, which was being strengthened by the black mark, with a countdown of a little over 4 days remaining. Should I wait for more days before coming out of seclusion, or should I go to the Taoist temple now? Yu Hong hesitated. 5 streams of colorful spiritual power were still continuously circling and soaring around him, occasionally rushing into his body and leaving behind a little bit of spiritual power fusion. This fusion of the 5 spirits spring definitely cannot disturb the 5 streams of spiritual power. Once startled, it would disrupt the process, and the 5 streams of spiritual power would also conflict with each other, leading to chaos. Then 10 years of accumulation would be in vain. Forget it, let the dragon lizards go near the Taoist temple to check out the situation. If the dragon lizards disappear and there's a problem, come out of seclusion immediately. If the dragon lizards are fine, it should be fine. Then I will wait to go out after 4 days. Although previously Yu Zhong said that he must complete sharpness before leaving seclusion, and if anything happened, they would inform him. But the sudden loss of contact with Agrius raised a hint of worry in Yu Hong's heart. Moreover, it is said that when spiritual power is strong to a certain extent, it will also produce a special forewarning towards people and things associated with oneself. After determining the plan, Yu Hong issued the order for the dragon lizard to head towards Qingchen Temple. Right now, he couldn't even use Fear Shadow and could only rely on the summoned creatures stored inside Tianhe, with severely limited strength. Because whether it's Fear Shadow or Inheritance Dao artifact, they are all formed from the condensation of spiritual power technique. Only the summoned creatures from within Tianhe are those he captured from the outside world earlier on. So besides Tianhe summoned creatures and physical strength, he couldn't do anything else. No, not right. I still have a force that I can call upon. Suddenly, Yu Hong thought of something, and his gaze deepened. He had forgotten, during this time, the intensity of the spirit light was growing stronger. This implies that more and more magicians were cultivating spirit light. This dispersed force, although contains many masters as well, such as the obscuring Qing Huang. Qing Huang, now replenished with spirit light, will be far stronger than before. If used properly, it wouldn't be worse than Agrius or the dragon lizards. Pondering for a moment, Yu Hong knocked on the door again. "And Su, are you still there?" "MHM, what is it?" And Su hurriedly responded. She remembered her father saying that the person resting inside was a big shot from Taizhou, and she must provide welcoming and respectful treatment without any neglect. "Could you help me deliver a message? Send a small note to someone nearby." Yu Hong spoke softly. To contact the people of Mutual Aid Alliance, he needed to reach out to Chang Shu and the other two, and he had set up a secret code and fixed contact points with them just near the Taoist temple. "No problem, just tell me."